A while back we mentioned the idea of this symbol and made some suggestions about what one of its meanings might be, that a human being is designed to have within them what this symbolizes, which is the meeting of two things. More or less you can say that's the meeting of mind and spirit. And that none of us actually have one of those things. And one of the ways that we can understand this is that this is seeing the value of what is. Okay. Looking at what is and seeing something in it that has value to me. So we have two things here. We have the what is, and then we have the ability to look at it and see value in it. When those two things come together, there's a lot of different ways to look at this particular symbol. But it's always about the same thing, about two things that are working together. It says that when these two things meet, there's something very special that happens. Except that unfortunately, in most of us, those two are never together, are they? Ever. Because we look at what is, and we see it, and we decide that what's valuable is over here, somewhere else. Isn't that about right? Just about all day long. This is not the way it ought to be. This is not good. This is not okay. It needs to be changed into something better. So what is over here, and what we value is some other thing that is not present. It only exists in our imagination. Isn't that about right? So we don't have a cross. So a man once upon a time, who seems to have been a little misunderstood on this particular subject, said, "Take up your cross and follow me." Remember that particular statement? And I guess a bunch of people, since he happened to have been tortured on something that looked sort of like a cross, thought that's what he meant. Why don't you go be tortured on one too? But that's not what he meant. This symbol is so ancient, I think it existed long before people decided to torture bad guys on it. Isn't that right? You can find it in cave paintings, I understand, in places like France, where they date back to times that we don't even have records of. You can find crosses on the walls. That's what the symbol is about two things coming together. So for our purposes today, that's what we're going to look at. How often is the value, the good that I see in life, put on what is here now? And how often is it put on something that isn't here now, some imaginary thing that's in my head that I think should be here? Every time I do that, I put the value of this experience on some imaginary thing. I have no cross. I'm living a life where these two things that generate all the power in a human life is missing. So when we draw the picture of man, we talk about how when the awareness reports the what is, and it says that this what is good, it activates all the power of life to respond to the situation. But when I look at this moment and I see something wrong with it, and I decide that it ought to be different, I'm on my own. Because I can't tell X what's going on. I'm too busy thinking about how it ought to be. And so I'm just trapped here in my little head, trying to figure out a way to make things right. And I don't get that awesome relationship with spirit that responds to the event. Hence, the constant, ongoing whining. But I don't know how. Every time I talk to somebody, and I kind of suggest maybe they knock off some of the weird stuff they're doing. That's what I get. But I don't know how. And I have to, because I'm trapped here. This part of me is missing. So I got to do it all on my own. I got to think, I got to figure it out, I got to use logic, I got to use the mind, I got to do all this stuff and figure out how to do something, because I can't talk to life about it. Because life don't hear me when I say that the value in this moment doesn't exist yet. It won't exist until you bring about some new thing. You don't even know what I'm talking about. And that's the way it is for most of us, isn't it? Here's what is over here, and somewhere else is what I value, isn't it? It would be really great if it were like this, but it isn't. How much of the day is spent doing that? Looking at this moment, finding a flaw in it, finding something that's wrong with it, being disturbed, and seeing that it would be good if. To take up that cross, we would have to decide what I'm going to do is look at this moment and see something good in it for me. All the time. When that happens, man and spirit come together. And all the power that is inherent in the human being is unleashed. And you can pretty much do anything you like. So we talked about this before. I can see it made a huge impression. Not enough to say, I'm going to see what happens if I take up that cross, huh? And see where I end up. If I walk through life, where within me, there are two things that are always together, that are normally kept apart. What is and the value of what is. Because they're normally always kept apart, aren't they? Whatever's going on needs to be changed somehow in order to be good. It is not good now. Isn't that about right? Always something wrong with it. So the value is over here on a thing called what ought to be. What it is sits over here, And what ought to be this imaginary picture in the mind is where all the value is put. And I wonder why life is a struggle. Like I say, that obviously made a great impression. So I'm going to point out a little thing today. One way that a human being can pretty much determine that they are going to be conscious, and there's nothing that you can do to prevent this if a human being makes this decision, is decide to keep those together all the time. I will guarantee you that if you do that, you will be conscious, period. So I'm taking this idea that we've discussed before, and I'm now issuing it as a challenge. You came here, you said you wanted to be conscious. Let's see if you mean it. Will you do what it takes? I know about 3 or 4 things, okay, that a person can do that'll pretty much guarantee that outcome. And I've almost never seen anybody do them. This is one of them. How do you like that? Would you like to put an end to the journey in this struggle and the putting it off till tomorrow and get it done? Well, this is one way. Most of them have something to do with this concept of bringing these two together. But I just thought it would be interesting to use this one, because to be blunt, I think the others are way out of your league. I think you might maybe do this one. The others probably are just too much. But I think you could do this if you wanted to. Do you agree? That if you really wanted to, you could look at this moment all the time, looking for something good in it, instead of what you normally do, automatically, without thought, like a robot. You have no problem looking at every moment and finding a flaw in it, do you? Why, you can do that in your sleep, can't you? It doesn't take any attention, it's automatic. The mind just delivers up to you a flaw in everything, doesn't it? Totally effortless, isn't it? You literally can do it in your sleep, huh? But I do believe that if you put a little bit of effort into it, that when the mind comes up and tells you what's wrong with this moment, you could say, hold off a second, I'm not through looking yet. And you could sort of keep looking a little bit longer and see if you don't find something good in this moment. You think that that's about right, that that's something within your abilities, you could do that if you wanted to. So this one, I think, is possible. It could be done. Now I guess the question remains, do I actually mean what I say? Do I really want to be conscious, huh? Or was it just a story I was telling myself for a lot of years? I do not see any way that this can fail. I'm sure some of you will come up and show me how it can. But I don't see any way that a person could actually do this and not end up at least conscious. One may or may not be evolved and transformed and all those kind of things, but I think at least you wouldn't be walking around in your sleep anymore. I just don't see how you can walk around in your sleep seeing good in all things. Okay? Since that machine is all set up to tell you what's wrong with everything all the time, isn't it? That's what it does at the drop of a hat. So what do you think? I think this might be an interesting thing to do. This may be a short weekend. Already got to the end. I think you do, if you've been observing it all over the last few years, you can certainly see what happens when all the value is put on what ought to be, can't you? And it ain't the same, is it, as when you see something of value in this moment. There is a difference, isn't there? Not so sure about that one, huh? Is that from lack of experience? I mean, what makes you so unsure about there being a difference between the two? You think it's the same experience when you look at this moment and you don't like it and you start fretting and getting upset and trying to reason out some way to fix everything. That's the same experience as when I look at this moment and I think it's just wonderful and I enjoy it. You don't see any difference between those two? That's really tough to understand. They seem like just outrageously different experiences to me. I don't particularly like it when the mind is running 5,000 miles an hour looking for a way out of the situation and a way to fix it and a way to make it better and a way to make me look good and a way to do this, and that drives me up a wall. But I kind of like it when I'm just sitting here, okay with what is, feeling kind of calm and comfortable and like I can handle just about anything that walks through the door. I sort of like that experience. It seems very different to me. I feel confident. Don't you feel confident when you're okay with things? I have a little sense of kind of being in harmony with things. I might even enjoy it. Wouldn't that be interesting? And that is not the experience that I get when I'm finding a flaw in it, is it? What I get then is a mind that just starts racing, trying to find an answer and then arguing with itself. And I get nervous and upset and all sorts of things. It doesn't seem like the same experience to me. Believe it or not, just a simple thing like that. Saying, I'm going to try and put the value on what is now. That doesn't mean that I can't see some way that it could be made better or I might like it more or anything else. That's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at every moment that I'm experiencing and see if I can find at least one thing about it that I think might be good for me. Okay? Years ago, there was an interesting thing that happened, which I've talked about before. I moved into a house where the neighbors didn't think that they were responsible for their dogs. So they just sort of let them run all over the neighborhood. Didn't have to keep them in their yard. And one of those little dogs that ran the neighborhood thought it was great fun to bark incessantly. And I do mean incessantly. That dog would bark for hours on end without stop, without cease, hours in a row. And the favorite time to start was about 2 o'clock in the morning and then bark until 6 or 7 in the next day. Well, I guess it was the same day, okay? Every night. He would bark throughout the day, but about 2 o'clock, I don't know what happened at 2 o'clock, but he would start barking nonstop for the rest of the night until the sun came up. Now, if one looks at the situation and says, okay, here's what is, and you don't see nothing good in it, how do you suppose you're going to experience it? Calmly? Peacefully? If you're lucky, you might sleep through it, I guess. But see, Phil don't sleep too much, so that would sort of wake it up and like, that's it. That's about the only way I think most people would be able to take that calmly. I think everybody else in the neighborhood slept 8 hours a night and they didn't even know this was going on. That's the only thing I can understand. But is that what's going to happen if you don't see anything good in it? You're just going to be totally at peace with this little yappy dog? Or are you going to day after day after day after day be fretting and stewing and upset, and so this little yappy dog gets to kind of run your life for a few hours every day, doesn't it? All it has to do is start yapping, and it gets to control the human, doesn't it? Because you can't see anything good in it. It's just bad. You see the point? So as far as this one was concerned, this was an interesting challenge that life had brought. Can Phil see good in a yappy dog? And I gotta tell you that for the first few weeks, the answer was no. So I walked around just constantly ticked off for 3 or 4 hours a day. I could not see anything good. And not only the yappy dog, but the people who were supposed to be its owners. They were all monsters. And there was no peace for 3 to 4 hours a day. But I thought that was an interesting challenge. Can I find something good in this? Because I think I got a choice. Either I do or I go to war. That was one of the choices, wasn't it? I could declare war on the situation. And I don't use that word lightly. When I was a little kid, I watched neighborhood wars. I know what would have happened if I'd gone over to people who don't feel responsible for something and told them I'm demanding that they take care of it. I would have a war on the hand, wouldn't I? They might have to do it legally, but do you think there'd ever be another moment's peace in the neighborhood between the two of us if I went over and said, either you get that dog in your backyard where it belongs or I'm calling the pound? What do you suppose would happen if we did that? So I could have declared war and then lived there under siege for the next 5 or 6 years. That would have been a great idea. Or I could have gone on just holding it inside. Poor pitiful me. Feeling sorry for myself and being disturbed every single day for the next 5 or 6 years. Or I could see if I could find something of value in it. So I could go back to being at peace with the circumstances I was in. I actually thought this was neat. I looked at this situation and I said, this is great. Because right now I do not have the ability to love that damn little dog. And that is not going to stay this way. I can't live here and not love that dog. So this is a wonderful opportunity. Before I leave this house, I'm going to love yappy dogs. Or go crazy trying. One of the two. We'll see what happens. Of course, you know, the outcome. I hardly even hear the damn thing anymore. I know it still yaps, but I hardly even notice because I don't care. It doesn't even disturb anymore. In fact, most of the time I really don't even notice. Now the dog's getting old. He's going to kick off soon. I'm going to have the last laugh when I outlive him anyway. He can't quite run around the neighborhood so much. So. He still yaps though. Every now and again, I'll hear him yapping, but it's a little feeble these days. It's not quite as annoying. Getting old. That has been funny watching him age. This terrible problem is sort of like vanishing all by itself. But I think that's a really dramatic illustration of what I'm talking about. Can I see something in this that is good for me? I don't see anything in the situation itself that is particularly good, but I can see something good for me in it. By the time I leave this house that I'm living in, I'm going to have changed. And that dog is not going to bother me anymore. And I think that's great. You know why? Because I know a lot of yappy humans too. And boy, it would be nice for them not to bother me like that dog doesn't, huh? I mean, this is not just a little dog, is it? There's lots of situations in our life like that, aren't there? Where whenever somebody does such and such, I get upset. I thought it would be pretty neat to not have that little trigger anymore, that nobody could just walk up and yap, 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 and then I have to be upset until they finish. I thought that would be a pretty neat outcome, huh? To be able to be at peace with something that was quite disturbing. Now that's good as far as I'm concerned. So this wasn't just Pollyanna. Make up some story that says it's good. I gotta live it out, don't I? And that's the catch to all of this. This is not a mind game. This is not just some Pollyanna thing where you put a weird smile on your face and go around saying everything's good while you hate inside, which I've seen lots of people do. Play the Pollyanna game, huh? Always talking all sweet, and you look in their eyes and they're going, I hate you. That's not what we're saying here. You got to actually do it. You got to find something good in it and then act on that value so these two come together. Okay? You can't play games and trick yourself and say, I really would rather have the ought to be, but I'm going to pretend. You've got to actually see something so good in it that you want the situation. And that's why I like that little example of the yappy dog. Because after seeing that there might be something really neat that could come out of this dog, I actually wanted him there. If anybody had come along and tried to get rid of him, I would have objected. Wait a minute, what are you doing taking that dog away? That's my growth as a human being you're trying to steal from me. Without that dog, how the hell am I going to grow? I would have been out there arguing with him. I wanted the dog there now. I was kind of curious to see just how long it would take to actually think that dog barking was okay. Like, is this going to take me a week? A month? 3 years? It got interesting after a while. It did take a while, too. I got to admit, I did not do that one overnight. You understand? It's got to be real. You find something in it that is good for you. And that's what you perceive, and that's what you act on. And then you unleash life on the situation. A lot of changes had to go on inside of Phil to come to the point where that dog was okay. It did not happen overnight. A lot of things had to happen before that could occur. But the conscious part was instantaneous. All I had to do was decide the dog was good. And now I don't have to be unconscious about the situation anymore. I do not have to whine. I don't have to complain. I don't have to go throw poisoned meat out in the street. I don't have to go to war with the neighbors. I don't have to do any of that stuff. Because just bringing these two together pretty much brings instant consciousness. The situation is okay, I can look at it, I can experience it, and what's more, I anticipate that something really neat is going to come out of it. Make sense? Are there any questions or comments? Yes.
One of the things that often stops this one on seeing the value of what is.
One of the things that what?
That often stops or hinders. I don't give it time. I think I'm supposed to have feelings that it's wonderful and okay right away. So when you were talking about the challenge.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So something comes up. I don't see any value in it. And then I use the teaching idea and I say, I should have seen value in it, so now not only do I see no value in the original situation, but I see no value in the fact that I didn't see value in it instantaneously. So there is nothing good about this situation, is there? Anywhere to be seen! I'm just off here in Never Never Land about how it ought to be. Sweetheart, I don't know if I can do that instantaneously. I'm sorry, but I'm just unwilling to beat me up every time I'm a little slow. You know, I'm kind of one of the smart ones who's fast. I don't know. I'm sure glad I wasn't born stupid, or I'd be beating myself up all the time. Look, it took you 5 seconds to figure that out. Yeah, so? What's your point? Are you in a hurry? All right, so it took 5 seconds.
I got tangled in that.
Yeah. But it really is just letting the machine run so it can't see any value anywhere. I don't see value in me now. I don't see value in nothing. Like, boy, am I in dead-ass land now, huh? Everything is wrong. I don't like, I'm sorry, but I just don't like beating self up. You want to know why? You know why I'm so opposed to me beating me up? I never noticed that any of you needed help. You seem to be doing just fine on your own. I do not think you need help beating me up, do you? Now, you tell me that you don't live in a world about like mine, where it kind of looks like everybody else is doing a great job of beating you up, doesn't it? Do they really need help? you need to pitch in? And I kind of think I could just sort of abandon the effort. You're doing just fine on your own. So I'm sorry, I just don't feel like adding to that particular effort. It seems to be going along just fine all by itself. And at a certain point, I can't take it no more. So I don't do it to self, okay? I'll let you guys do it to me. Not, of course, that you want to, but believe me, there's plenty of folks out there who do. And I can't believe it's any different in your life. Unless you live in a cave. Doesn't each and every one of you have plenty of people in your life who take on the job of beating you up and telling you what a rotten piece of junk you are? Anybody need some assistance? Because I'll help. If you don't have that in your life, I'll help, okay? I'm good at it. But I have a feeling you already got that, don't you? Why do you need to help them? I don't particularly enjoy it. So I just don't see any reason to add to their efforts, okay? I won't do it. I just will not do it. Unless I fall asleep and just aren't paying attention, okay? I don't see any reason to help everybody beat up Phil. They seem to be doing just fine. I'd kind of like to maybe put a little effort into seeing that Phil is okay, personally. And maybe it won't hurt so much when everybody else beats me up if I think I'm okay. You folks do understand the idea of projection, don't you? If I don't think there's anything wrong with me, and I ain't beating myself up, and you come up and tell me how messed up I am and what's wrong with me, honestly, I kind of think you're cuckoo. Because I don't see it. Any more than it would make sense to me if you wanted me to put a cup of salt in the cereal I'm eating or something, okay? You could come up and make that suggestion. What that cereal needs is a cup of salt. Well, I don't think so. That's an interesting suggestion. I'm glad you don't like the way I eat cereal, but if you don't mind, I think I'll just sort of ignore your idea. It sounds very uninteresting to me. Honestly, how much attention would you pay to somebody who told you to put a cup of salt in your cereal this morning? You just kind of think they were goofy? Would you get all upset? What are you trying to do, poison me? Wouldn't you just kind of look at them like they were a little goofy and say, okay, whatever. Excuse me, I'm going to go eat by myself now, so you'll leave me alone? Would you get upset about it? Unless, of course, you think there's something wrong with you because you don't want a cup of salt in your cereal, and then you're going to project your own problem onto them and blame them for it, aren't you? Because they came up and said you should have put a cup of salt in your cereal. That's projection. They didn't do nothing. They just said what made sense to them. You projected your own problem about it out into the world and said they were the cause of it. But you can't upset me about not putting a cup of salt on the cereal. You understand? Because there's just nothing in me that cares about that. Can you imagine how weird it would be if I decided to project blame on that? And we had the kind of conversation you normally do when somebody makes fun of you. Everybody around would think you were crazy, wouldn't they? Like, why do you care if this crazy person comes up and says, put a cup of salt on your cereal? I don't get it. It's just too out there, isn't it? It'd be really hard to get upset about it, wouldn't it? It's just too ridiculous. I just don't think I need to do that. If I'm busy beating self up, that means everything that everybody else does, I'm going to project what I'm doing inside onto them and blame them for it and pretend like it's their fault and never get, this is my problem, not yours. And if I stop doing that, your doing it probably won't disturb me too much because I just don't care. It's not real to me. I do know I infuriate people on that subject because they try to convince me there's something wrong with me, and honestly, it's just not real to me, and you can try all you like, but I just sort of think it's funny. And that really ticks people off. That was not what they wanted the outcome to be, somebody just laugh at them. But I'm sorry, I just don't get it. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. You can try all you like. I don't think I'm going to buy it. Any other questions or comments?
I've got one. I saw that movie, The Last Temptation of Christ, in the book, and at the end of the movie, Jesus is on the cross, and this angel takes the nail out and takes him down, and he lives his life with Mary Magdalene, and then she dies.
I read the book. I've not seen the movie.
What struck me about that was that when Judas came back in and said, I did my part, you didn't do your part, it occurred to me that Christ, when he really saw the value of being on the cross, and he really wanted to be that, and he saw the good in being back there, he saw the good in the worst thing the world could do, he conquered the world. That just occurred to me about this.
I actually don't know that that's the worst the world can do. I think it's capable of far worse. But whatever. Yeah, it's an interesting book, but it is speculation. But there is something interesting when a person sees good in all things. There is something very interesting that happens. We don't know about it here on planet Earth because we refuse to do it. So it just remains a rumor. There may be something interesting that happens, but that is a fact. When you can look at every moment, and even if it takes you half an hour of work, find something good in it. There's something different that happens. You live a whole different way because you've got something inside of you that's functioning different than the way you normally do. There's just a whole flow of life's energy that happens that you don't know nothing about when you're playing this game. You're cut off. I find it interesting that people are always talking about separation, aren't they, in the spiritual circles. And nobody ever says how the separation occurred, do they? You ever read a description of how you got separated? Oh, all just this vague mumbo-jumbo about, well, you developed an ego. What the hell does that mean? How does that accomplish separation? But I suspect this is how it occurs. This is where you get separated. Because you cannot look at things without finding a flaw in them. And by doing that, you've made yourself into God. How can you be one with God when you're trying to replace him? You're looking at all of his work and saying you could have done a better job. So your every effort, every moment is to usurp God's position. That's what we're all doing 24 hours a day. Our great dream is to dethrone God and take over. And I have a sneaky suspicion that's where separation comes from. What do you think? I have a funny feeling that if I did that with a person, we probably would not be living together for very long, and we'd probably separate after a while, wouldn't we? If everything they did I found fault with it, and tried to tell them how to do it better, I don't know if they'd stick around for that for very long, do you? I think I could accomplish separation really fast that way. Actually, I know I can, because it's one of the techniques I've used on occasion when I want somebody to go away of their own free will, so we didn't have to have a fight. That was one of them I used once upon a time. Just started finding fault with everything they did. And after a while, they just said, I don't want to be with you anymore. I don't like you. And I said, okay. So that's what I wanted all along. Never reject anybody in this world. Get them to reject you. Much safer. Just a little word of advice. So I do know that you can get separation that way, and I think maybe that's how it's done. What do you think? I can see how it happens technically, because this thing does not occur where two things come together. In that point of intersection is where that kind of interesting human thing happens. And it don't happen for us. No wonder we feel separated from everything. We don't have that in us, do we? Only for brief periods. Usually because I'm being titillated. Isn't that about right? That's about the only time I ever look at a moment and say, it's good, is because it's titillating. And how long does that last? Let's take a break. Okay.
Could I just,
Oh, we are still missing a bunch of people. There's one thing about this that you got to kind of look at. Okay, you cannot accomplish it by lying, which is the favorite way to do things in this world, isn't it? Just lie and say it's done. Won't work. X just does not hear your lies. You're only talking to yourself when you lie. And this is something that you gotta kind of do with life, okay? You gotta do it with X. You doing it on your own doesn't even make sense. I mean, that's the whole point of this, is that it's two things working together, okay? So you can't do this by lying. You've got to actually see something good in the situation, even if it takes you hours to find it, okay? You've got to find it for real. And if you can't, that's fine. It may well be that just the act of looking for it might do something for all you know. I mean, if I look at what is, okay, the first little knee-jerk reaction is to see something wrong with it and to picture how it ought to be. That's fine. But if I start spending time paying attention to what is, looking for something good in it, haven't I moved the value off of this already? So I've already sort of partly accomplished what I set out to do, which is to stop having these separate. At least they're working together because I'm looking for it. You understand? Well, I don't know if you have to accomplish it every single time. Just the mere effort of working at it is doing something. But if you're going to accomplish it by pretending, by lying, you're not doing it. And that is one of our favorite games, we humans, isn't it? To claim that something is done long before it is. You know, one of the favorite things we do? Just lie and say, yeah, I did that. That's not going to work here. I can lie to me. I don't quite understand why I can do that so well, but I can lie to myself really, really good. Huh. But I don't know if I can lie to X. I've never been able to accomplish that. Have you ever tried reporting that you want something you don't want to X? Anybody here ever tried that? You think you should want something, so you work really hard to report to X that you want such and such?
I wanted to quit smoking.
Huh?
I wanted to quit smoking.
Okay, there you go. So you tried it. How did it work?
I did.
Yep, well, that's exactly what I expected. You know what? He didn't hear a word you were saying. That doesn't work. I really suspect that anybody who's tried it knows that doesn't work. You don't hear a word you're saying. And I do believe that's why people come to me a lot and say, how do you report to X? Because there is no how to it. You just do it by being here. I don't know what to tell people when they say that. I know what they've got to be asking me. How do I lie to X? And I don't know. I don't know how to do that. If you really want to lie to X, I would recommend that you get someone else to do it for you. Because I don't think you will be able to. And I'm saying it so it's funny, but I'm actually dead serious. If you really want X to know something about you that is a lie, get somebody else to do it for you. They can do it without any problems because they don't think it's important, and you do. And as long as you're making a big deal out of it, you can't do it. But somebody else could. Because they don't much care one way or the other, do they?
What happens in that case? That's a very interesting situation.
Most of the time, if you talk to somebody who actually is capable of doing it, it'll come about. They can do it without making it important, without making a big deal out of it, and it gets done. So, yeah.
Phil, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Tracy wanted to give up smoking. She
Yeah.
reported to X.
Right.
She wanted to give up
Now, if
smoking.
she'd been smart, she would have gone to somebody else and said, would you tell X for me that I don't want to smoke anymore?
Because she really didn't want to give
Because,
up.
yeah, because I don't believe it. But you can tell him that for me.
I like smoking.
So it was a waste of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, why report when you didn't really want to do it?
She wasn't.
It just sounded like a good idea to quit
Don't
smoking.
you get it? She wasn't. You can't do that. So she wasn't reporting that she wanted to do it. You can't do that. She was just playing a mind trip. It was all in her head. Two not eyes got together and had a fight. and Trey was the battleground. One nut I said, you shouldn't smoke. And another nut I said, but I like smoking. And they had a little fight for how long?
2 days.
That's not bad. I'm impressed, actually. I would have expected it to rage a lot longer than that. There was no reporting going on. That was all private in her head. All X knew was that she was upset about something for a while. Had no clue what was going on, because she was busy being involved with a couple of not-eyes having a fight. You should stop smoking. It's not good for you. People would like you more if you didn't stink of cigarettes. And I can just hear the other not-eye. I have a right to smoke. I like smoking. Anybody who thinks I stink because I smoke cigarettes, I don't want them in my life. They're scum. Isn't that about the way it went?
That's about the way it went.
The A and B just had a little fight in their head. All X knew was that she was very disturbed for a couple of days. That's it. That's all she managed to report. Is that she was very disturbed about something, and I'm sure X was trying to calm her down. That's about it. You can't lie with your feelings. And that's what X hears. And you can't do that because you don't have direct control over feelings, do you? You can control your thoughts to a limited extent. You have that ability. You cannot control the way you feel because they are a secondary reaction, you understand? And I cannot control something that is the outcome of another thing. Feelings are the result of how I think and believe about this situation. So the only way that I can change a feeling is to change the way I see this situation.
That's how you control feelings.
Well, if it's not really control, though, honestly, but that's the only way you can change them. You've got to change the way you see it, because that's what they are. They're the outcome of how you see this moment. So you can't control them. You can change what they're from. You can change the way you see this moment, and then they'll change. But you can't keep on seeing this moment as yucky and then feel good about it. You can't do it. You can't decide that this moment is wonderful and get depressed, can you? I can't look at this moment and say, wow, this is really neat. I think I'm going to go sit down and be sad. You can't do it, can you? In order to sit down and be sad, you're going to have to think about something horrible, aren't you? So that you start seeing this moment as something bad, huh? I mean, that's called method acting these days, isn't it?
You're a very serious question. If you...
Can I make light of it?
Sure.
Okay.
If you want if you really want, if you want to change something, you want to look into it until you see the good in it, and that changes it. That changes how you feel about it, which changes it. I think that's...
Well, if I see something different, then poof, it changes. From my point of view. Now, truthfully, it didn't change at all, did it? It's still exactly what it was a second ago. It's just that I'm seeing it differently, okay? I mean, we experience things through our point of view. And the facts of the matter don't really change, but the way I experience it changes if I see it differently, okay? That's number one. So, whether or not the situation itself will change just because I changed my point of view. I don't know if that's true or necessarily so. Sometimes it does happen, but I'm not going to guarantee it. The way I experience it will be different. But what is true, I don't know if it just magically like transforms the situation, okay? But what is true is that first thing I said, when I see value in this, I allow life to respond to it. And life can do anything it wants. And so you may see a dramatic change, not by magic, but because something was done about the situation. And that response comes from life. It does not come out of the stored canned knowledge up here that doesn't know how. It comes from life itself. And life can do just about anything. X is not stupid. If you tell him that your life is in danger, he kind of knows what to do about it. You really don't need to sit there and freak out in order for somebody to know that you're really serious, you'd like to survive this situation, okay? It just isn't necessary. X is not stupid. If you say, it's good that my life is in danger, he's not going to say, good, then die then. That isn't the outcome you want, is it? Just because you see something good in a life-threatening situation doesn't mean that what you want to be the outcome is death, does it? I mean, I've been held at gunpoint before. That's happened. And I looked at this and said, this is good. Because I did not want to freak out and give those people a good reason to shoot me. But believe me, I was not saying this is good, I'm about to die. I can find something good in it. But that doesn't mean I want to die. Did I ever tell you the favorite story about this? I'll never forget this one. Fortunately, it happened after there was a bit of awareness in life, but one time in business, many, many years ago, I was involved in, we let a client in after hours. The place was in a rather dangerous part of the city. We always kept it locked. And this time, the person who let the client in after hours forgot to lock the door after them. So we're all sitting there talking about a job they wanted done overnight. And in come these two guys with masks on their face and sawed-off shotguns because we forgot to lock the door. We were all broke. I didn't have any money on me. It turned out none of the employees had any money. Even the client was broke that particular day. This is a touchy situation, isn't it? Because I have noticed that people who do a really dangerous thing like robbing, it sort of ticks them off when they find out they went to all that work and risked their life and for nothing, and they have a tendency to blame you. So I kind of looked at this situation and I said, ooh, we're going to have to be really careful here. And then on top of it, I'll never forget this part, the client decided that this was a practical joke that I was pulling on them, that I got a kick. I'll never forget that. I don't know who they thought I was, that I thought would think such a thing is funny. But they actually believed this was a practical joke. So here I stand, I'm looking at these two guys, all I can see is their eyes, and you know what I see in their eyes? Fear. They are terrified, and they've got sawed-off shotguns in their hands. So what goes through this head is, I better be in charge now. I cannot allow anyone in this room to run this situation because they're all buffoons, and we'll end up dead. So I did. I kind of took over. They said get on the floor. I made sure everybody was on the floor lickety-split, including that stupid client who thought it was a joke. I helped her get on the floor. I helped them do everything they wanted to do. I finally told them, you know, there's a safe in the other room. I'll give you the combination. I knew it was empty, by the way, because they were pretty upset when they found out that they'd done all this for about $5. Most of us had, I even found out that one of the employees had accidentally left their wallet in their car that particular night. So I told them where the safe was, and they said, why don't you lock us in the bathroom while you rifle the safe, so you don't have to worry about us, which they did, because I knew that this was the weirdest bathroom you'd ever want to see, and it had a door to the outside, and I had the key. So they locked us in the bathroom, and I went over to the door and unlocked it and walked down the street and called the cops. Now believe me, I was not reporting to X. I'd like to die here. Quite differently. I was reporting to X throughout that entire thing. I do not want to die. And I am with a bunch of idiots who at the drop of a hat will get us all killed. Okay? So bluntly, the good in the situation as far as I was concerned is, thank goodness I'm here, because I'm going to be in charge of this situation. I'm going to run the show. These people think they're going to run it because they have shotguns, but they're not. I am. And weirdly enough, that's what I saw the good was. This is neat. I am taking over. Give me 2 seconds and I'm in charge. It was fun. It was really kind of interesting, running a whole bunch of silly human beings for a half hour or so until we ended up in the bathroom. It was fascinating. It was an interesting experience. I kind of had a ball. Finding good in a situation doesn't mean it has to stay the same. It just means I look and I see something good in it. And the good that I saw is, thank goodness, I know how to stay here and not turn into a scared rabbit, like I suspect is going on with everybody else in this room, including the people with the guns. I found that very interesting. And to be honest with you, that's when I knew everything was okay. That's when I decided that I knew what was good in this situation. They were afraid of me. Now I'm in charge. Everything's fine here now. When I looked in their eyes and I saw that they were afraid of me, I knew we were fine, as long as we didn't do anything stupid. I'll never forget that. That was the moment when I looked at the situation and said, aha, I see what's good here. They're afraid of me! I know what that means. That means I'm in charge. If you're afraid of me, I'm running the show. You think you're in charge, because you think you have got power over me, but you don't, because you're afraid of me. And that was the moment when I knew everything, as long as we didn't do something stupid, was going to be okay. And that was where I saw good in this situation. All right. These guys are afraid. It also makes it deadly. But that's the good in it, interestingly enough. The good in it was not, I'm glad this happened. I was praying for this for weeks. It was just that I kept looking at the situation until I saw something in it, a value. And the value was a weird little thing like that. The people who are hand-holding me at gunpoint are afraid of me. Now I know this can work out. As long as I stay in charge. Because You know, there is the potential here that one of these dorks that I'm with will do something stupid and we'll all get killed. So I gotta be in charge. I gotta run this show. There was no panic, no fear, none of those things. There was too much attention being paid in every moment to make sure somebody wasn't doing something stupid, and to see if I could find some way to kind of manipulate events so I could get us out of there. There was just no time for any of those weird emotions and stuff, okay? And it all worked out fine. Somehow or another, every time a little crisis would come up and we were in danger, actually find a response for it. Until finally, like I said, it occurred to me that I could lie to them about this safe and use their fear of us to lock us in a room that had an exit. The only reason they agreed to that is because they were afraid of us. And they didn't like having us sort of moving around while they were in another room doing things, you see, because they were afraid of us. So they bought this stupid suggestion, lock us in a bathroom that has an exit. That sounded great because they didn't know it had an exit. I'm not quite sure what you're hearing when you hear the idea of see something good in everything. I don't mean, I probably don't mean exactly what you think I mean, but there is always something of value in every situation that comes along. I don't know what would have happened in that little dangerous moment if I hadn't seen anything of value in it. I think I would have been very afraid, I suspect. And might have done something stupid enough to get a bunch of us killed. So what the good is that you find is not necessarily, this is exactly how I wanted it. It's just keep looking until somewhere in this experience you find something good in it. Not, this is exactly what I wanted and oh wonderful and so on, okay? Nobody says, seeing good in things doesn't mean that you have to suffer and be mistreated and all that kind of stuff. Just put up with whatever anybody wants to shove your way. That's not what it means. It just means somewhere in this situation there is something good for you. And you don't see it because you're too busy looking at how you think it ought to be. It would have been the druthers. If I'd been given the choice, I would have preferred not to go through that. And we did try to prevent it. We did lock the doors normally to keep folks like that out. We didn't like put up a sign saying, please come rob us tonight. Okay? We even actively worked to prevent that particular experience. But now that it's here, you understand? Now that it's here, I'm not going to fight and say this shouldn't be and get upset and do all that stuff that we normally do. I am going to look and say, is there anything I can find of value in this so that I can respond to what is? Because I cannot respond to it when I don't see anything of value in it. Go ahead.
And what really made this click for me is that you're not just making this up. You're not infinitely smart.
No.
There really is something very good in it for you.
That's right.
That's the absolute, unambiguous
That's right.
truth of the universe.
That's right.
You just, when you, and see it on your own terms, see your own, find that
That's
channel for you to grow, When you see that viscerally,
That's right.
boom.
That's exactly right. It is what I see. It's not just a little mental mind trip, okay? And no matter how difficult it is to find, look for it. It's in there somewhere, always. So far, I have yet to have an experience come this way that didn't have something in it that was good for me. That has never happened. I didn't always see it. But looking back, which is a pretty common thing for us to do, isn't it? We go through an experience kicking and screaming, hating every second of it, and then a year later we look back and then go around telling everybody, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. Too bad you didn't know what was happening, huh? Because then you wouldn't have had to do all that horrible drama stuff. How many times have you heard that from people, huh? Yeah, that terrible event, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. Look what came out of it. Well, why didn't you know that then? You could have. You could have. In that moment, when that terrible thing was happening, you could have seen something in it. And you wouldn't have had to have gone through it hating every second of it. And the outcome would have been the same. You still would have gotten the neat thing that happened. Yes, ma'am.
In the context, it still can be painful though, even
Sure.
if you see good in it.
Absolutely.
So pain is not.
This is not a magic trick that undoes anything I don't like about a situation. Yeah. If it's painful, seeing the value of it for me won't necessarily take the pain away. Although it has been the experience that it lessens it, because when you resist pain, it hurts a lot more, doesn't it? I learned that stubbing the toe. I learned it being a fry cook, actually. It was the first place I learned it. I'm clumsy, and I was a fry cook for a while. So I was constantly splattering the body with grease, because I really am a klutz. And I was going home with burns every single day. And I found that out. If I get upset about this and I resist it and I stew about it, they hurt for hours. And if I look and say, oh, I burned myself again, and forget about it, that's exactly what happens. It hurts for a few minutes and then it's over with. So it often will lessen the pain, because a lot of the pain comes from hating the pain. That makes it worse. But it doesn't just make it vanish. Yeah.
And pain allows you to see things in yourself that you've never seen before, that
Like
have
I'm
been
a
hidden
klutz.
from you.
Like I'm a klutz.
Right.
That's exactly
Or
right.
anything.
Like, I think I need to pay a lot of attention, because I'm a klutz. I can't put French fries into a fryer without throwing the oil everywhere else. Everybody else seems to be able to do that, but not me, so I better pay attention. Yep. You learn a lot of interesting things from pain. I don't mind being a klutz. It just means I gotta pay a little more attention than everybody else, that's all. Somewhere along the line, I kind of really got it through my head. You really are as clumsy as everyone says you are. They're not just making this up. You really are a klutz, Phil. Okay, fine, then I'll just pay a little more attention, that's all. I can't just walk around in my sleep like everybody else, because I'll trip and fall and break. That's no problem. Are there any questions or comments? I hope I've at least gotten across the idea. I know how stupid the not-eyes are. They'll hear this and say, you mean I gotta be glad this happened? No, that's not what I said. I just said that if you look somewhere in it, there will be something of value to you. And you're still more than welcome to work to get rid of it. Nobody says you gotta keep it. Nobody says you gotta, but find something of value in it. And you can still work to get rid of it, but it will be an entirely different experience if you do it seeing something good in it than it will if you just hate the experience. Either way, you're going to work to get rid of it, but you can do it real differently when you're doing it consciously and working with the experience because you see something good in it for you. I've kind of lived dangerously in this life. Not so much anymore, I'm getting old and lazy. But for many years I lived quite dangerously, and I've had a lot of events that I suspect would be just outrageously traumatic to most people. I mean, I've seen what happens to people when they just come home and their house has been robbed and they weren't even there. To me, that's not near as traumatic as having somebody pointing a shotgun at you, robbing you, okay? Just coming home and finding out it happened, I'd be sort of overjoyed, like, thank goodness I wasn't here, but I've seen what it does. I mean, people collapse, some people just collapse and say, oh my God, I've been violated. They came into my home and they rifled through my things and I'm never safe anywhere anymore. It's like, who the hell ever said you were? What's your point? So I can see what happens when people can't find any good in it. And then some truly kind of dangerous or traumatic event happens and you can't handle it, can you? You just go into not-I hell, demanding to know why for day after day after day, locked in this tight, as programmers would say, for loop with no exit to it, repeating the same thing over and over again. That's what happens, isn't it? Why did this happen to me? 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 I've seen people do that for years. I don't care why it happened to me if I found something good in it. You only ask that question if you think it's bad, don't you? Somebody comes up to you and they bring you a lovely ice cream cone and you look at them and say, why did this happen to me? Well, maybe if you're on a diet you'd do that, isn't that about right? But that's about the only reason I can think of anybody would ever say, why did this happen to me? Why did somebody bring me an ice cream cone? You gotta hate something to decide to ask why did it happen. I don't know too many people who ask why good things happened. You do that very often? Why did this really neat thing happen to me? I don't get it. What did I do to deserve this? You don't go into that insane trauma trip, okay? Any other questions or comments? I just think this is so simple, an idiot could do it. I don't think we need to make this whole thing really hard and complicated and so on. I really do think you can kind of cut it down to some very simple things that just about anybody could do if they wanted to. Yeah, that's going to be the rub, isn't it? Is deciding that I actually want to do this. But I don't think it's hard. I'm going to try this weekend to take all the ways that the non-I's will try to pervert it. That's kind of the point of this one. They're going to try and tell you, you have to like the entire situation. You have to just see this situation as just the best thing that ever happened, or you didn't do what he said. Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to put this into words, but I'm a little confused about, when you see a situation and you personalize it, and then, it's really better sometimes to think about, well, it's really not about me, it's about somebody else.
That's not what I mean by saying see something good about it, is claim that it's about me.
Well, I guess I was saying that you're making everything about you if you see something good in it, or no?
I am.
You know, some situations are, it's, you know, rather than personalizing it, you realize it's not about you at all.
Yeah. But I am in the middle of it, aren't I? Even if it isn't about me. I mean, I can take a pretty common example in this life. I go to a restaurant, I walk in and the waiter hates me. And it's surly through the entire experience of getting food and so on and so on and so on, right? It's not a particularly pleasant experience, is it? But I think we've all had it, haven't we? Now, honestly, that probably is not about me at all. I suspect that it has nothing to do with anything that I did, that the waiter was probably in that mood before I arrived and had to do with the fact that his girlfriend refused to have sex that morning or something. Something I don't know anything about. For all I know, he's got a bellyache or a tummy or a headache or something. You get what I'm saying? I can sit there if I want, stew about what did I do to deserve this. I thought I was treating him nice. Why did he take an instant dislike to me? That's what I mean about making it about me. It's just seeing events that have no relationship to anything I did and claiming that I'm the cause. To me, that's where people make everything about me. Of course I have to be the cause of this. I'm important. It couldn't be that you were like this before I even showed up and don't even know I'm here. How could you not know I'm here? But that's kind of the truth. That waiter may not even realize you're here. He's so wrapped up in his own problems. Isn't that about right? The only thing you are to him is an irritation, because he'd rather be doing something else. It's not about me. But I'm going through the experience, aren't I? And it's not a particularly pleasant experience, is it? And I don't see why, since I'm in the experience, I can't find something good in it for me, even though what's going on that disturbs me is not about me. But I do not see why. I can't look at the situation and say, I'm going to find something good in it for me. That's not making it about me. That's just being honest and saying, I'm here, and I don't see any reason why I shouldn't live a life for me. What's wrong with that?
You find something good in it?
Yeah, always. If nothing else, there's a fallback on people and their peculiar behavior. As far as I'm concerned, all the time, I would like to be able to love people. What an excellent opportunity. I figure if I can love a waiter like that, I can love about anybody, because they're pretty unlovable if you ask me. I consider it a challenge. It's a neat challenge. Can I sit here and let this person treat me like dirt and love them for doing it? I like that challenge. I'd sort of like to be able to leave here. I don't know if I'm going to accomplish it or not, but I would like to see if I can leave here having said, by the time I left, I could love anyone and anything. That's one of the things I'd like to accomplish in this life, okay? I ain't there yet. But I like working at it, because I really would like to be able to say that. So that's the whole thing of why I am making a big deal about seeing something good in it for you. 'Cause I don't know what that's going to be for you. I can talk about my own point of view, and that might be what I would often see in a situation like that, but maybe that don't do it for you, so look for something that's for you.
But that wouldn't be, pretty soon this is gonna be over. That can't be one of them.
Sure, it can be that. If that's what it is, I'm not going to judge. I'm really not going to judge what it ought to be, okay? if that's what you see good in the situation, is that it's going to end, I can understand that. I've been there a few times. The only thing good I can see in this situation is that it won't last forever. Okay, well, I found something good in it anyway. I'm really not gonna judge. I've done that one myself. So I don't know if it's good or bad or not, but it kind of gets you through some moments. Why not? See, I made a big deal out of something good for you, because that really is what you need to do. You need to see something in it. When I say good, I don't necessarily mean gainful, okay? Like I'm gonna get something, a reward or something. But I've got to see something that I personally value in this situation, okay? Which isn't necessarily a reward, okay? Like when I found something that I valued in those people robbing us, honestly, what I found was that I was going to get to keep my life. It wasn't that I was going to get something really neat out of it. And I didn't even know when I first realized that their fear was going to let me get through this, that I was going to end up calling the cops on them. I didn't know that. That was not planned. That was all one of those kind of spontaneous things you do as you go along. There was no planning and any of that. I didn't know that. So there was no thought like, I'll get mine. I just wanted out of it alive. Really. That's all I wanted. Just, I'd kind of like to be here tomorrow. So I really don't care how we get to that point. What happens? I just thought it was funny at the end of the whole thing that they ended up getting arrested. Yeah.
I remember when you talked about the scientific method at length, and about how you don't really know anything
Right.
unless you work with it and experience it for yourself.
And even then I don't know it. I can only be knowing something. I'm always open to the idea that new information could come along that proves something I already knew wrong. So honestly, I'm always knowing something.
In any situation, anything, for me, is at least an opportunity to observe it really, and it's going to tell me something about me that I'm glad to know.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly right. I always find something. Always. I don't have a moral issue, by the way, with being selfish. So it really doesn't bother me to say I'm going to look for something good for me in it. I don't have a moral issue with that. The thing that I have trouble with in humanity is not selfishness. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. I think it's just sort of built in and intrinsic, and we might as well make the best of it, because I don't think it's going to change. I'm selfish. I'm not sure I would want to be anything but selfish. That's just the way it goes. The thing that makes life here so unpleasant is really not selfishness, folks, it's greed. You understand that? It's not people's selfishness that makes them so unpleasant, it's their greed. Because in their greed, they will do the most heinous things, won't they? A selfish person would never do. Because no selfish person would want to go through the consequences of the crud that you folks are willing to do to pursue greed. Anybody who's actually selfish would look at it and say, the price for that is so expensive, I ain't touching it. I don't care how bad I want it. It's not worth it. You think it's to my advantage to live with a bunch of people who hate my guts? Would I selfishly do that? do things to really disturb all the people around me, out of pure selfishness, I won't do it. Because there's no fun being around people who are disturbed with me. But a greedy person has no trouble doing it at the drop of a hat, huh? I want what I want. And then even think about the fact that maybe if they stand there demanding it from you and beating you up for it for the next 4 hours that you're going to be hell to live with for a week, they don't care. That's not selfishness that does that, it's greed. A selfish person actually tends to be fairly considerate of those around them because they're so selfish, they want you to be good company. So they tend to treat you nicely, so you'll treat them better. You get what I'm saying? It's not selfishness that, as far as I can see, that makes life here so unbearable. It's greed. I'm willing to do anything to get this. And that's greed, that's not selfishness. A selfish person really would not do those things because they care too much about themselves. So as far as I can see, one of the best ways to live is what one might call enlightened selfishness, where you expand the concept of selfishness just a little bit with a little bit of light and understanding, and you realize that if you go around mistreating everybody, you are probably going to get mistreated, and you're not doing a very good job of being selfish, are you? And that we might be able to look at the part of us that is selfish and see something really wonderful in it. That may be where consideration could grow from. I don't think it's going to grow out of greed. Out of greed, I get people cutting me off on the freeway all the time because they're in a rush and they're more important than I am, huh? I don't know any selfish person would do that because it's stupid and dangerous, isn't it? What if the person isn't paying attention when you cut right in front of them and they kill you? Like, what selfish person would do that? Only a greedy idiot would do something like that and then just expect that you're paying enough attention to keep from killing him. Doesn't that happen here in Houston? It sure does in Los Angeles. The people just pull right in front of you and they just expect that you're paying enough attention that you'll slam on the brakes and keep from killing them. That doesn't happen here? Now, what selfish person would do that? I don't really want to trust you to be paying enough attention to save my life. Well, greed does that. Self-importance does that, not selfishness. So we have trouble with greed here, don't we? As best I can tell, the essence of what's called society here is how to curb greed. And every society on this planet has a slightly different way of doing it, doesn't it? And that's what makes for all the so-called social differences between different peoples, is how they try to deal with the fact that greed is a horrible thing. But we can't do away with it. So we have to accept it, and then we have to find some way to put restraints on it. Isn't that about what's going on? And so we have all accepted greed. We have to come up with another word for the bad stuff that comes from greed, and I think we just call it selfish without really thinking about what we're doing. Greed seems to be one of those things that would just be kind of best to chuck, get rid of. About the only value I can see in greed is that it got me to get conscious enough to learn how to get rid of it.
And that's not trivial.
No, it's not. Because boy, did I suffer from the greed until I finally got that point. And so there was great value in that as far as I'm concerned, to get to the point where I could see the uselessness of it and just drop it one day. And the amount of growth and change that had to happen to get to that point was quite valuable to me. So I'm glad that I developed greed just like everybody else here. I'm really glad that I decided to look into it. And boy, am I glad that it's gone. It's like those other things where people look back at really terrible experiences that they hated all through the experience and they say, you know what, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. Greed was the best thing that ever happened to me amongst many other best things, because it taught me some really neat things that I needed to learn. Any other questions or comments? Did I kind of get to the heart of your question? Good. Good.
So what's the definition of greed?
The incessant desire for more, better, and different. No matter what I get, I always want more, and I always want it to be better, and I always want it to be different. It is never okay the way it is. How many times, for those of you who are willing to play the relationship game, how many times have you been told, you don't love me for the right reason? Oh, I'm sorry, I guess it's just not enough that I love you. Now you have to have it for a different reason, huh? What is that but greed? You can't be satisfied being loved. You have to be loved for the right damn reason. And so now you start going after that person, trying to control them into loving you for the right reason. Now there is a lovely experience, isn't it? That's a lot of fun, isn't it? Have somebody trying to control your reasons for loving them. That comes from greed, not from selfishness.
Isn't it wanting to value the same thing? You don't value what I value in myself.
So, I don't expect you to. You're not me. You're different than me. I would be shocked and probably horrified if I found out you valued everything the same as me, because what fun would you be if you were just like me? I'd be bored to death with you in 2 minutes. I'd know everything you're going to say, everything you were going to think. We'd have no fun at all, would we? I sort of expect that you value things differently than I. That's not what I want from a relationship. I don't want a clone. I want a companion who is delightful and interesting. And it's not delightful and interesting when I can predict everything you're going to do. Not to me, anyway. Honestly, if that's what a person is seeking in a relationship, I don't think they want a relationship. I think they want to accept themselves and they don't know how. And so they're using everybody around them to try and accomplish something that can actually only be done in here, and that's a very unpleasant situation. Using me to try and accept yourself is just going to put us both through hell, I suspect, and probably not work. If you've already done that and kind of looked at yourself and said, you know, I'm generally pleased. I accept me as I am. Doesn't mean I have to like every little detail, but overall I'm generally pleased. I don't know if that's what I'd be doing, is walking around looking for a clone. I think I'd be looking for, honestly, somebody who's a little bit different, so we have some pizzazz here, and not just say, yeah, I know, I like jam. You like that jam, and I like my toast with that jam on it, and now you like your toast. If I ever met anybody with exactly the same attitude I have, I'd be shocked. I really would. I'd be shocked. I thought I was special. I thought I was unique. It kind of upset me. Damn, you're just like me? That's no fun. I wanted to be unique. It could happen, but it will be a bit of a blow. I'm going to be a bit disturbed if it ever occurs. Any other questions or comments? I'd hold my breath. You were going to say something? Okay. Well, lunchtime? Let's have lunch.
House calls or restaurant?
You have the bull in the china shop syndrome. I don't know what it is about human beings, but they really believe that they can set their mind to a thing and then do it. I've spent years listening to people say, tell me what to do and I'll do it. Isn't that about right? If somebody would just tell me what to do, how to do it, I would do it. Okay. I'll tell you a little story about this. This is the most famous example of this particular one that I know of. And it's related that once upon a time some people were sitting around dinner and one of the people volunteered to do a thing that wasn't even requested of them, which was that shortly things were going to get a little rough for these folks after dinner was over. And one of the people there volunteered that no matter what happened, no matter what they were threatened with, they would not deny their association with someone who was about to become a rather notorious criminal and strung up and killed. They volunteered to do this. Nobody asked them, did they? You all kind of figured out what the story is, right? This fellow Peter, he just volunteered, no. Whatever comes, no matter how hard it is, no matter what people threaten me with, I will not deny my association with you. Isn't that what he kind of, the gist of what he said? I don't remember the exact words no more. I think that's the gist of it. Volunteered to do it, huh? Didn't even say if someone would just tell me what to do, I would do it. Knew he could accomplish this task, isn't that right? And the fellow he volunteered to do it for, apparently, said, I hate to tell you this, but before dawn, you will have done this thing you've promised not to do, not once, not twice, but 3 times. This is how capable you are in reality. And of course, Peter said, no. That cannot be. I will keep my word on this. And we all kind of know the end of the story, don't we? He denies being an associate of the Christ 3 times, and cock-a-doodle-doo, dawn comes along, and he goes, whoops, I fibbed. So I sort of figure if someone like him, because I don't deny that he was quite capable, he sort of proved that as time went along, didn't he? Could be so mistaken about what his real abilities were and be so wrong. I think that's kind of a lesson to me, huh? Maybe that just isn't true. Maybe if someone told me what to do, it wouldn't do me a damn bit of good because I might or might not be able to do it. But that's our perception, isn't it? I call it the bull in the china store, huh? I can just go to it, straight there, and bull my way through by force of will. And then, of course, I try it, and I fail miserably, and then I gotta explain why I couldn't do it, and I come up with all these stories, and very shortly I'm in hell. Because I can't see that that is not the way things actually work in this world. So we're setting up here a rather difficult chore, which is to see if I can get this present in the life, the thing that that cross is a symbol of. In the way that we're talking about it now, because as I can say, it can be a symbol of many, many things that intersect and do the same thing, okay? But we're using one particular one. Can I look at every situation and find something good in it? That's the chore that we're setting up, the thing to do. That's the what, huh? Tell me what to do and I will do it. I suspect that you're going to fail miserably every now and again. Does that sound about the way it's going to really happen? That you're going to get in some situation and look and look and look and say, I can't see nothing good in this. Now, if you play that game, I should have been able to. You will never be able to. That is the most likely outcome. Because you're never going to find out why you couldn't. Because you think you should have. You understand? That in itself is a valuable experience. It's a wonderful, valuable experience. If you go into a situation and say, I've got an aim, a thing I want to do, I want to find something good in it, and I can't, then I can look to see why I couldn't. And if I find out why I couldn't, that has become a wonderful, valuable experience to me. You get it? Because now I can do something about that thing that prevents me from seeing good in this situation. I can't do that if I don't know why, huh? So whenever we set out to do a thing, some of the time, yes, it will be easy, if that's the right word for it, and you'll manage to get it done. And some of the time, you will not. And what that means is that there is an obstruction to your doing this, and that obstruction in something like this is an illusion that you have, something that you believe that is not so. And that illusion hides the truth. Because this is not a game of make something up. From experience, I will tell you that I will be shocked if you ever find a situation where there is nothing good in it, because I have never seen such a thing in all the time I have been here. And I have listened to a teaching that is thousands of years old that communicates that for thousands of years people have been looking for a situation that has no good in it, and they couldn't find it either. So I will be a tad surprised if you run into such a thing, since we've been looking for one for thousands of years and haven't found it. Do you kind of get what I'm saying? In esoteric teachings, there is the statement made that is pretty all-inclusive. And that statement is, all is good. No exceptions. So I do believe that in any situation you can find at least one thing, since it may be that everything is good. Surely you can find one of those everythings, don't you suppose? But as far as I can tell, all esoteric teachings include that idea that all is good. It seems to be the exoteric ones, the religions that have bad in them. All the inner teachings say, I hate to tell you this, but there ain't no bad out there. There's no devil. There's no evil one. In fact, there's no evil. Everywhere you look, what you see is good. Man made up the devil. He don't exist. He's nowhere to be found. Go looking for him and you will not find him. Because he's a lie. There's no such thing as bad. There's no such thing as evil. Everything is good. And we've had people working with that idea for thousands of years. I think one of them, because some of them are really brilliant people, you know. Not all of them are as dumb as us, and including us in that, okay? Some of them were pretty damn smart folks, okay? And they just couldn't find nothing that was bad. One time, Jehovah's Witness came to the door. I'd never heard them do their whole spiel. I usually got bored partway through, but this person got to it really quick, so I got to hear part of their spiel that I'd never heard before, but we kind of had a little conversation. You know what I am? Yeah. And then they said, well, don't you want to be one of the ones who, when Armageddon comes, lives through the 1,000 years of peace and harmony and wonderfulness? And I said, well, I don't know. I mean, what's wrong with things the way they are? Well, they're horrible. Look at the world that you live in. It's horrible, it's monstrous, it's evil, it's terrible. We need this. We need this to be overthrown and have all these evil people tossed out so us good people can have this wonderful 1,000-year reign of peace. And I looked at the guy and I said, you know, I read somewhere that there is only one being in all of creation that finds fault with anything. Did you ever read that? He said, yeah. And I said, good day. Closed the door. It all looks okay to me. I don't know what you're talking about. It looks fine, just the way it is. And I know who it is that comes along and tells me that ain't so. And I learned a little trick from somebody else that met him out in the desert one day, and I kind of use that one every now and again. Your place is behind me. You serve me. Shut up. I like that trick. There just is nothing here that is bad, except a bunch of human beings who insist that that's true so they can manipulate others. That is about the best way to manipulate somebody, isn't it? Is to convince them they're bad. They feel so horrible about it that they want to change. So we just sort of have been telling that lie to each other for a very long time so that we can con and manipulate people, especially when they're little and they're annoying. That's when we start, isn't it? Instead of looking at a little one and say, you know, you're kind of bugging the heck out of me, we look at him and we say, you're bad. Isn't that right? Instead of telling the truth, right? You're bugging me right now. That's what we really mean, isn't it? Every time you tell a little kid they're bad, isn't what you really mean, you're bugging me. I've never had the experience of being around them 24 hours a day, so I do not judge this, but I've been around them for extended periods, and I do know every now and again, I just kind of look at them and go, if you do one more thing, I don't know if I can take it. But that's my problem, isn't it? They're just being a kid. What do you expect? So you kind of take a deep breath and say, okay, I can handle this. You don't got to tell them they're bad, do you? You just kind of walk over there and say, well, just stop breaking things. It sort of bugs me. You know? Like, can't we find a way to play without throwing all the valuable breakables all over the room or whatever it is, huh? And little ones come to the house who, you know, they have this thing that they don't want to wash the hands. I found it's really easy to deal with. Instead of telling them they're bad, you say, let's go wash the hands. And you do it with them. And they think it's fun. Hey, look, I got the adults tag along with me while I wash the hands. Ooh, this is neat. You don't have to scream and yell at them because they're getting a piano, and the kids always want to play the piano. They always want to play it right after they ate, but they don't want to wash their hands first. That rather annoys me. Like the next time I play it, I'm going to get sticky fingers. I don't want sticky fingers while I'm doing that. So, you know, you got to kind of watch them, and when they start drifting towards the piano, you say, oh, let's go wash the hands. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Hey, look, I have a step stool. You want to get on the step stool and climb up to the sink? And it just turned into a fun little game, but it's a lot of work. And I can understand why somebody who has to do that 24 hours a day for 15 years kind of gets fed up after a while.
Doesn't work when they're 15.
Say that again?
It doesn't work when they're, I mean, I don't know, mine's 3, but I don't think it works when they're 15.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. If you haven't convinced them by then, it ain't going to work anymore, that's for sure. But I mean, if you really consider it, that's kind of where the idea of your band comes from, doesn't it? Is you bugged your parents. And they got tired, and they didn't really kind of want to take the effort that it takes to deal with it. So they screamed across the room at you, you're bad, and tried to manipulate you into it instead of doing it with you, because it's a hell of a lot of work, isn't it? So it doesn't mean it's true. Okay? It does not mean it's true. It's just a con game we play here. I really mean what I said. I cannot judge this situation because I've never had to do it, and it looks to me like one of the most onerous, difficult jobs on planet Earth, and I'm actually sort of glad I managed to get out of it because it looks hard. So, I'm not judging. I just want us to understand. We made up this idea of bad to con people, and it is not true. So when I look at a situation and I cannot see anything good in it, what I'm doing basically is saying that my illusion of bad is so heavy right now that I can't even see what's on the other side of it. You can see what I'm saying? All I can see is my own dream and illusion that there are bad things in the world. I can't see past it. So that is an obstruction. That belief that I have that there are bad things is an obstruction. And it would be interesting, instead of then getting upset because I couldn't do what I said I was going to do and so on, to say, well, what is it that I believe so strongly right now that I can't see anything good in this situation, and identify that belief. And then see if you can do some of the other work we talk about to see the illusion in it. It is an illusion. It is an illusion. As best I can tell, anything that interferes with the peace of mind here is a lie. That's how I lose peace of mind, is I believe a lie. When I see the truth, I have no trouble being at peace with it. But when I can't see the truth and I only see some lie that I'm telling self, and I believe that lie is true, I lose the ability to be at peace. So whatever you find, it makes it impossible to see good in this situation, I would at least work on the premise that it may be an illusion and check it out. And that is part of this. That is part of using this to be conscious. Because now I've used this to be conscious of something in self that keeps me from being awake and alive and seeing what is, or haven't I? It is not a mistake or taking a wrong turn or being impatient because I couldn't just get there. That is the process. When you can do it, wonderful. Then you can be aware of the situation in a whole different way that you can't do when you're upset. You can't do it, wonderful. Because now you can see an illusion that has kept you from being conscious all your life. So no matter what happens, you win. I like games like that. You can't lose. It's the only kind I play. I don't like the games where somebody has to lose. They're no fun. There are a few games here on planet Earth where everybody wins or or nobody wins because you just play them to play them, huh? I don't like these games where you have to have a winner and a loser. I don't like being the loser, and I don't like being the winner, because then all the losers hate me. And I understand why, because I don't particularly like it when I lose either. I kind of prefer to play games like this where you always win. And if you look at it that way and understand that is part of the process, okay? You'll make the effort and you will fail miserably. Now, we don't know, but maybe Peter learned something from his little head trip, huh? Volunteering to do some heroic feat. Maybe he learned something from that. Maybe he saw some illusion out of that whole experience, and maybe that's how come he went on to be such an interesting fellow, for all we know, is because that evening may have really impressed him, and he may have taken a look and said, ah, there is the thing that wouldn't let me do that, and he saw it as an illusion. We don't know, do we? That isn't in the story. But I do like the story because it makes really clear something that we don't like to admit. Just because I can say I can do a thing does not mean I can do it, does it? And all this going around whining about telling me what to do and I'll do it is sort of a joke. And a lot of the times if somebody did tell you what to do, you might well find you couldn't do it. But that in itself has value. If you're willing to look to see what the obstruction to doing it was, then you can get it out. And now you're a little bit closer to being able to do it, aren't you? You removed at least one of the obstructions to it. And I think that's what we're going to find if we actually take on this job. We're going to find we have a lot of obstructions to it, huh? A lot of very good reasons not to find anything good in this moment. And that's part of the process. That's where you use all those teaching ideas you've been given to try and see and understand and work with the self to get that out of there. Does that make sense? I would never go into, oh, that's not true, I have. I would never from this point forward, which probably isn't true either. I don't know. I don't think it's a wise idea to go into something like this expecting just to be able to do it. To be honest with you, I'd expect that I quite often won't be able to do it. And then not be disturbed when I can, and just say, okay, I got to get busy now and see what the obstruction to it is. I say that over and over again. Almost every time we do one of these things, I remind you of this, but I'm not sure you really buy it. Okay, this is just the way it works. If you could look at everything and see it as good now, don't you think you would? Would you really choose to see things as bad if you had the choice? I mean, is that what you would normally do, is wake up this morning and say, let's see, I could have waffles this morning, I could have eggs and bacon this morning, or I can have dog turds. And you would say, dog turds, yeah, that's it, good. Since that's what I got in the house, that's what I want. I don't think so. I don't get why anyone would choose to see things as bad if they had a choice. I think they're sort of stuck with it because they've got some illusion going that won't let them do anything else. And you can work with that if you're willing to. I really don't think it's your choice to walk around seeing things as yucky all the time, okay? We like to play that game. It's forced on me because you're such an asshole. But I don't think it's true. I think we just have so many illusions that we don't know how to look at what you're doing and not see you as annoying. It's a little more reasonable to me. Any questions or comments about that? You see, when we started all this stuff, it was kind of said, we're going to begin with looking at what, and discovering all the illusions in the what, because in this culture, it's easiest for us. We have a lot of training in this culture for being kind of willing to admit that we don't see what is going on, and being willing to be trained by experts to see the real thing. Isn't that right? That's kind of okay in this culture to do, isn't it? So we're at least a little willing to go along with that. Unfortunately, we tend to make it very intellectual and never really get the experience of that. We tend to just take the authorities' word for it and feel like we did the job. But we can at least begin there fairly easily. But look at how much resistance has been put up to changing the value system in the last few years. And we did sort of say we're going to have to tackle that one of these days. Both of them are based on illusions. You not only see what is based on illusions, but your value system is based on an illusion. And we've got to deal with both of them. We're going to take the easy one first. Hopefully, if you get good at changing the easy one, you'll kind of get what change is. And then when you got to tackle the hard one, it won't be quite as tough because you found out how to do it. You see what I mean? But somehow it looks to me like the other job just kind of got shoved off in the corner and ignored. And you can't. You got to deal with both of those two things that the awareness does. Seeing what is as it is without illusions, and seeing the value of it. Okay? That's your job. And we don't seem to be too good at changing our value system, do we? We're kind of willing to admit we might be wrong about what's going on. But we're never wrong about what's right and wrong, are we? And what's good and bad. Yes, you are. Because your whole concept of what's right and wrong and what's good and bad and what's valuable is based on the nervous system. And boy, can there be no better judge of that than the nervous system. It was not designed for that purpose. It was designed to tell you when you're dying and when you're not. And what's going on around you. It was not designed to tell you that all painful things are horrible, evil monsters, and that pleasure is something to be pursued as though it were the height of all existence. And that's what we're doing. We judge everything by whether it makes me feel good or not. I have heard so many times throughout this life, well, it feels right. Yeah, but it's dumb. Well, no, but it feels right. Well, okay, go do dumb things because they feel right. I don't care. You really think that a feeling is the perfect judge of what's a good idea to do? It's never been my experience. And I've sat and watched people do the stupidest things because they felt right, haven't you? What does a feeling have to do with it? They're just as often wrong as all the rest of the stuff you're doing because they're made out of conditioning just like everything else. I've heard that many times. And I've heard the opposite too. Oh, I can't do that, it just doesn't feel right. Yeah, but it works. Well, I know, but somehow it just doesn't feel right. Okay, don't do things that work because they don't feel right to you. I don't care. That's how we judge things. Does it make me feel good or not? It isn't just as simple as, this kind of bestial, can I wallow in pleasure on it? I mean, I know a lot of people that use that as their way out. Oh, that can't be true. I'm not that bestial. Well, yeah. Instead, you go around saying, oh, it feels right. It must be right. And then you do this really nasty thing because it felt good to you. That is the same mechanism in action, isn't it? As it is for those really bestial folks who grovel in pleasure. It works on a lot of different levels, not just on the one that you claim not to be. Understand? See, because there's a whole bunch of other people in the room who would say, oh, I don't do things based on feelings, I do it on intellect. I reason it out. And I know that sometimes I feel that things are wrong and I think it through. And then I do something stupid based on thought. Why? Because thinking feels good to you. Because we're all different. We all end up getting centered in different parts of the body. And that's where you get your pleasure from. So if you have a really lovely, wonderful thought that just gives you the warm fuzzies, then it must be right, huh? And if you have a thought that just kind of makes you go, ew, inside, then it must be wrong. And you're playing the same game just on the mental level instead of the emotional level. And then other people you're making fun of because they do it on the physical level. Ooh, they're just beasts. Like, well, what do you think all those three things are but physical? Do you actually believe that? I don't know. You probably do, actually. So maybe I'm being silly asking this, but do you really believe that when this body drops dead one day, and that spirit goes off and does whatever it does, that what it's going to do is be thinking just like it did when it had a body? Is that what you think? Is that what you believe? As you go floating off, you'll be saying, oh, and then I did this, and then I did that, and then I didn't like that, but if I'd done that, maybe that would have worked out better, and there'll just be all this noise in the ether with you. Right. Folks, that's the body thinking! You won't be there no more when that brain's falling apart. Like, that's not you. That's just wallowing in the body, just like somebody who you get it? That's not you. You really think all those thoughts are going to go on without a brain to think them? I'd like to know how that's going to work. I think that's wallowing in the body just like everything else. But somehow, depending on how you do it, the wallowing in the physical part, ooh, that's lowest, right? That's just like bestial. And then, depending on which of the two you admire the most, you either put mind above heart or heart above mind, isn't that right? And then we have another controversy. If you're somebody who thinks that the heart is the greatest thing that ever was, then wallowing in the heart is the highest of all aims. And that's silly the mind, but if you really enjoy the mind, then it's above the heart, isn't it? And it rules all. I love that. I do everything based on pure thoughts. I reasoned everything through. Anybody who watches what they actually do will discover in about 2 seconds flat that that's a lie. That is an illusion. It is not true. It's true when you have about a week to plan, perhaps. But it is not true when you must act now. If you ever notice an event where it needs really a fast response, it don't work that way. It actually works that you do something and then you think about what a great idea it was or wasn't. And the action comes first. And you don't have a damn clue where that action came from if you believe that it comes from reason. Because thought is way too slow. It only works for something that you got at least 15 minutes to think about before you do it, huh? And life isn't like that. A lot of things have to be done now, don't they? You don't have 15 minutes to think about it. We need to come up with a value system that's based on something a little bit more reasonable than this feels good or it doesn't. But that's what our value system is based on right now, and it's in error. It is based on illusions. Many things that feel good are not good for me. Many things that feel bad are actually quite good for me. I don't always know that because of the value system that I have. Is that about right? Yeah, we've got to deal with that. Perhaps this will be a way to start. I have a feeling that if you try to do this, you will come across a lot of those values that are inside that say this cannot be good. And we might start to see the illusion of our own value system. Okay. Any questions or comments?
It occurs to me that one has to be in for lack of a better word, good mood to be able to see, to be able to perceive whether things are good or bad.
Hope you're wrong.
You say you hope I'm wrong, or?
Sure. I don't want that limitation. I don't want to say I can only do this when I'm in a good mood.
I think where I was going with that was, if you're stuck in apathy, It's hard to tell if it's even good or bad.
Well, that's a long way from a good mood. Might
Yeah,
be something in between good mood and apathy that you could try out.
Yeah.
But that does not change what I'm saying. I hope you're wrong.
No.
There are times when I just get really upset. And to be honest with you, I'd kind of like to do this even if I'm upset. In fact, I'd kind of like to really do it, maybe even because I'm upset. I don't know if I want to put that condition on it. I have a funny feeling that you're saying something really, really, really different than the words that are coming out.
So do I.
Okay, well, out with it. What's the real objection here?
I think this one is stuck in apathy now. And,
Good.
and
No, let's just leave it at that. I don't need any explanations or anything beyond that. All right, that's the what is. What's good about it? You could start right now, couldn't you? So tell me what's good about being stuck in apathy.
It's an opportunity.
Well, then you're just bullshitting me that you can't do it under these conditions, because you just did. You guys are so easy.
You did, you screwed up my apathy.
Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Stop thinking so much and start doing a little bit more, okay? Yeah, I mean, you can come up with a zillion and one reasons not to do something. About anything, okay? Just do it. Just do it. That is precisely what I would do. What can I find in what is going on right now, which is a particular state of being, and a zillion and one excuses to sit and rot in this state of being, and whatever description that makes sense to you about what can I see that's good in it, and just start and see what happens. We just discovered our first obstruction. I can't do it because I'd rather think about doing it than do it. In fact, apparently what I'd rather do is think about all the reasons why I can't do it instead of doing it. Could we see that as an illusion? That really isn't necessary, that you come up with all the reasons why a thing can't be done? That you could just sort of try it and see what happens? It's just an illusion, isn't it? It's a made-up obstruction. Let me put this wall here that says I can't do nothing until I've thought of all the reasons why I can't do it. Okay. Hope you don't bump into it too often. But I'd tear it down. That's exactly what we were just talking about. A really good example. That's an obstruction, isn't it? So treat it as an obstruction and look for the illusion in it. Do not take it seriously as truth. Fair enough? Any other questions or comments? I think I'd make a good spin doctor, don't you? Give me anything, I'll turn it into something else before your very eyes. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'd like to call it a day. That's more than enough to consider for a day. I know it's a little bit early, but I don't care. questions or comments? Too bad I don't have much of a planned itinerary for today.
Last night you spoke about, if you don't know self, how do you judge self? I wonder if you might talk a bit more about
I don't remember saying that. I thought what I said was, I don't think you can judge something you haven't done. Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that keeps us immersed in self, I think, more than anything else, is a constant judgment, isn't it? Self does something and I judge it. I just told somebody just before I walked into this room, don't you understand that that is your response to the situation, period, end of paragraph. That was your response. You judged it. You got a feeling about it. You wallow in that feeling for a while, and that is your entire and complete response to the situation. I consider that to be inadequate. How about you? Did you do anything about it? Did you see a way to affect it, to maybe change it, to do anything about it at all, or did you just wallow in some lovely emotion? And of course you want credit for that, don't you? You want everyone to say, oh, how wonderful, that's great. You wallowed in an emotion for a while. I'm just so impressed. And Lord, help you if you do something unpleasant to someone else and you refuse to wallow in an emotion about it, you are going to get attacked. I don't know if you've ever had the guts to do this, because of course you're so willing to wallow in emotions, you may not even realize this is the case. But sometimes, just for the heck of it, when you've done something a little unpleasant with someone else, utterly refuse to wallow in emotion about it and see what they do. Don't grovel. Don't feel bad. Just sort of look at them like, yeah, what? And see if that is acceptable behavior. To refuse to wallow in emotion about it. But that is the complete and entire response. You have responded to this event. And since we all just believe in magic, that really was enough, wasn't it? All I have to do is think and feel. And I've dealt with the situation. Action apparently is not really required for human beings. Thoughts and feelings are quite enough, aren't they? If I want to get something done, all I have to do is think about getting it done. Isn't that right? I never have to do it. All I have to do is feel like I want to get it done. And I'm supposed to get credit for that, aren't I? When I thought about it, and I feel really good about it, why are you unhappy that I didn't do it? Well, I don't know, maybe I wanted it actually done. being an employer, I get that one a lot. I noticed this job isn't finished. Well, I know, but I was thinking about finishing it. I'm sorry, I don't feel like paying you for thinking. Because the customer ain't going to pay me for the fact that I'll go to the customer and I'll say, well, one of my employees told me that they thought about doing your job. Your invoice is in the mail. Just isn't too impressive, is it? I thought about doing your stuff. I've had a lot of feelings about it. I didn't think it was necessary to actually do it. That's our response most of the time. That constant judgment gives us the illusion that we have responded to the event, doesn't it? And we haven't. And the amazing thing is that we all feel qualified to judge. From the least to the greatest of us, whatever that means. I haven't any clue what criterion you'd use to figure out who's least and who's greatest. But nonetheless, every single human being on planet Earth, whether they have bothered to learn anything about life whatsoever or not, feels qualified to judge self and every other self and how things are working and the state of the economy and the state of everything up to whether or not God did a decent job when he made the universe. I find that quite difficult to understand, that each and every one of us is so qualified to judge. So there is a story that I heard many years ago that I'll repeat for you because I found it rather interesting and illuminating, the idea of qualified to judge. And it says that one day a person, this was many years ago, the story, the criterion for the story doesn't make a lot of sense to us today because we don't have judges that do what's in this story today, but just accept that maybe at one point in the history of planet Earth this story made sense and try and get the story, okay? It says that a woman took her young son before the magistrate in this little village she lived in and said, I'm a widower, is it widow or, yeah, widow. I don't have a lot of money. And my son is addicted to sugar. I can't afford it. Sugar, I guess, was tremendously expensive wherever this story takes place. And so the magistrate said, okay, come back next week and I'll give you a judgment. So she comes back next week with her son in tow and appears before him again, and he looks at her and says, no, come back next week. I need another week. So she comes back in a week. Appears before him again, and he says, come back in 2 weeks. So 2 weeks goes by. She's standing in front of him again. He says, no, come back in 3 weeks. So 3 weeks go by. She appears in front of him again. And he says, come back in a week. Another week goes by. She appears before the magistrate, and he thunders at the son. No more than 2 tablespoons of sugar a day. And the woman, a bit exasperated, says, thank you, but why the hell didn't you do that a month ago? And the magistrate says, How would I know how hard it was to kick sugar? He at least understood, I can't judge in a situation where I've never done it myself. I don't know what it would take to quit sugar. I don't know how much is acceptable when you're addicted to sugar, or what level to put it at. I need to understand this situation before I am qualified to judge. Isn't that about right? And yet you judge things that you have never even conceived of doing, like creating a universe, but you know how it should have been done. Isn't that amazing? Everything the self does, you feel qualified to judge. So what efforts have you made to understand what it would take to change that thing in self that you feel qualified to judge? That's very much like quitting sugar, isn't it? I'm addicted to such and such, and I judged myself for doing this horrible, terrible, whatever thing. Okay, put a little effort into stopping it, then judge. When you find out just how difficult it is to deal with the whole thing. Just like the magistrate in the story, huh? How did I know it was going to take me a few months to kick my own addiction to sugar? Turns out it was a little bit harder to judge than I expected. That's tough. You tell me that that isn't one of the biggest things that you're identified with most throughout the day. That most of what's going on inside your head throughout the day is constant judging. And so someone comes along and says, I recommend that you disidentify from those thoughts. And you can't do it. But truthfully, what are most of those thoughts about? Are they not judgments? Not every single one. But isn't that what most of them are, is judgments? So basically what you're saying is, I see no reason to disidentify from that. It seems perfectly reasonable to me that I am capable of judging everything constantly, all of the time. I'm qualified. Who could be better qualified? All of my judgments are fair and accurate. The world would be a better place if they listened to my judgments. There's no question about it, is there? Am I actually qualified to do this thing that I'm doing day in and day out? Is there a single thing coming out of this mind as it judges that is interesting to anyone in the entire universe, including me, or is it just utter garbage? Because this is the spewing out of judgments by someone who knows nothing. Last night somebody said, what's your opinion on such and such? Unfortunately, I didn't hear that that's what they were asking, or I would have kept my mouth shut. I didn't know they were asking for an opinion. I wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. So after I answered what I thought was a question, when in fact it was a request for an opinion, then they started telling me the answer, and I just looked at them and I said, why did you ask me if you already knew? Oh, I just wanted to know your opinion. Then why are you telling me yours? I didn't want to know yours. Because of course my opinion is certainly just as weighty as yours. I know that you've actually looked into the matter, and you might actually know what you're talking about, but don't you want to hear my opinion? I don't know a damn thing on the subject. No. No, funny thing, I really don't. Because I know just how much you know about this subject. Zilch, nada, zip. You never looked into it. What do you know? Had I heard that I was being requested for an opinion, I would have ignored, which I can do these days since I'm deaf. I can turn into my uncle. He used to just turn off his hearing aid whenever he got tired of us. So these days I have an excuse for just ignoring people, don't I? It's wonderful. I used to have to apologize. But that's the game, isn't it? Well, since I asked you for my opinion, of course, or for your opinion, of course you want to hear mine. And would be quite hurt if you weren't interested, huh? Even though your opinion is completely uninformed and there's nothing behind it. Because of that just constant, unexamined belief, I am qualified to judge all things, even though I have done almost none of them. If you look back over just the last hour, how many of the thoughts were about judgments? That's what you just can't disidentify from, because, not because it's hard, to be honest with you. That is not the reason why you have so much trouble disidentifying. It's because you think that it's right. You don't want to disidentify from it. These thoughts are good thoughts. Why would I want to disidentify from them? You only want to disidentify from the ones you don't like. Isn't that true? Well, look at the ones that you like. What are they? I really question the value system that's going on here. Because it appears, from having watched folks for a number of years, that what they like is the fact that they are so capable of judging everyone and everything. And I don't think you're right. I don't think you can judge a thing until you have done it yourself. And then you may have a little bit of an understanding of the subject. You know how difficult it is. You know about it. And maybe you can judge if you're stupid enough to want to. Personally, I never had the ambition to be a judge. But I suppose if I did want to be a judge, I'd kind of at least want to be qualified. What do you think? So does that clear it up? The instructions that you were given when it was talked about disidentification was do it without judgment, wasn't it? Very, very clear. Look, but do not judge. Just observe. Because if you are judging, you have gone back into the self, and you are now identified. What makes you think that the real I feels qualified to judge? So perhaps if one could learn to do things without judgment, one might discover the experience of being awareness. Because awareness simply is aware. The judgments are about value in the awareness. What value does this have for me? Not for anyone else, but for me. Not whether or not somebody's wearing the right dress, or whether they combed their hair properly, or whether I approve of their looks or whatever, or whether George Bush is running the country correctly. How would I know? I've never run this country. I wouldn't have a clue what that job is like. Do you really know what that job is? I honestly don't even know what it is. It's one of the things that I found rather interesting over the years. Every time we elect a new president, I keep sitting here thinking, what is he going to do? I don't even know what his job is, really. Do you? For all I know, he just sits in an office telling other people what to do. I just don't know. I've noticed they don't seem to make many decisions. They're always dependent on somebody else to tell them what thoughts to have, so I'm not even clear on what the job is. Maybe that's the job, is to pick the right cabinet members. I don't know. How can I judge anyone doing the job when I've never done it, and I really don't understand what the job is? Every time people want to talk politics with me, I don't know what to say because I don't even know what the heck those folks are doing. It's a waste of time talking it to me. I don't feel qualified to judge it. So I usually just beg the questions. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Leave me alone. Another interesting thing. Out of the judgments that go on all the time, how many of them are that people are doing a great job? So you get to live in this critical place, I guess, for the rest of your life because you feel qualified to make those rather unpleasant judgments about self and the rest of us, huh? Me, I'd rather do this. I'd much rather, if I'm going to judge, I'd rather do it this way. I'd rather look at what is and see if I can find something in it that I think is neat. Even if I have to dig. Just because I think it'd be a lot more enjoyable than listening to the self that knows how to find fault with everything immediately without effort. Isn't that right? Constantly, it knows how to judge. I would like you to consider that, because it's getting a bit old listening to people year after year say how hard it is to disidentify folks. That is the foundation block that we build on. It's what you start with. Without it, you cannot build what we are doing. It is the foundation. So if we can't get past the frigging foundation, what are we going to do? You can try to skip it if you like, and then you know what you will build? A castle in the air. Which, if you don't know it, is a euphemism for imaginary things. Because without that foundation of disidentification, You cannot tell whether you are imagining a thing or not, or it's real. You simply cannot. You are in a hypnotic trance. You can't tell the difference between imagination and reality. They're both of equal weight to you. So you just want to know whether everything else you do is real and it happened, or you just imagined it. You'll never know. So if you kind of look at it that way, that disidentification is the foundation, it is what must be accomplished before we can start, so to speak. I think that's kind of how you build buildings. Again, I don't have a lot of experience on this, so if I'm wrong, you can just laugh at me. I don't know for sure. But I think you prepare a foundation when you're going to build a building first. Is that correct? Anybody here knows? And then you start building the building, huh? Well, if we can't get the foundation done in 5 or 10 years, something's weird's going on, isn't it? And I do wonder how much of it is because I don't want to stop judging. I like it. It makes me feel powerful. It makes me feel important. It makes me feel like I matter. Because after all, I can judge everything. I must be really something, huh? And that is the way the self feels. The self has this interesting belief that in order to judge a thing, I must be superior to it. So by judging it, I prove my superiority. And that makes me feel good. So what you are basically saying is, I do not want to walk away from the only good feeling I have, that I'm superior to the rest of you. I like being identified with those thoughts. Okay, that's fine. But you ain't gonna get no work done. Because those thoughts are worthless. You are not qualified to judge. I don't know if you'll ever be qualified to judge. And it would be amusing if we discover that when you are qualified to judge, you see no reason to, wouldn't it? So it's really just, I do believe about, not that this is so hard, I know it is, but that I don't want to. Because you're threatening to take away the only thing I've got. How do you take away something that isn't there, folks? The only thing I have is the illusion of my own superiority, and you're threatening to take that lie away from me. Boo! That's pretty weird, isn't it? It's pretty funny, isn't it? Don't take the lie of my superiority from me. Okay. Well, let death do that. But you really think you can keep it? It's a lie. Somebody's going to take it from you sooner or later. Me, I'd rather it be sooner than later. I would rather it be before death. Because you are going to lose it. It's a lie. So if you won't let anybody take it from you in life, I know who's going to take it. Grim Reaper. And you're going to be without, whether you like it or not. If I were you, I would drop it before the guy shows up and see if maybe you can live for a couple of years before he shows up. if that's your only pleasure in life, I'd recommend finding another one. Does that ring true to you? And does that seem reasonable to you, that the big one of the great pleasures in this life is that I feel superior to others? Does it seem like the way you want to live? I mean, one of the things that superiority does is separates you, doesn't it? If I'm better than all the rest of you, it's kind of hard for me to join in when you're having fun, isn't it? I'm not sure that's what I want to do, is live on the outskirts of everybody else because I'm better than them. You ever seen a city where the rich people were just sort of mixed in with everybody else? I've noticed they always have their own little district because they're better than us, at least in their own mind, aren't they? Do they mix in with us? Or do they live in their own special little part of town? That's what happens when you're better than others, isn't it? You get separated. That sounds kind of yucky, doesn't it? And then, of course, I can whine through the rest of my life that I feel separated. Any questions or comments? I know this one's sobering, but I mean, something really is going on when people have known about disidentification for years and still keep complaining that it's too hard and they can't get it done. Okay, but then what are we going to do? Because I don't know any way to do anything else until disidentification is at least well on its way. That is where we start. We need that foundation. We need something that can at least make an effort to be objective, so that we can tell illusions from facts. So that if you ever build anything else, you'll know whether it's imagination or it's actually been done. Which is also one of the complaints I hear from folks a lot. I'm not sure I've done anything. I know. Because you're never disidentified. How could you possibly know one way or the other? You cannot tell imagination from reality. And apparently you just don't want to hear that. In that hypnotic trance, you cannot tell the difference between something you've imagined and something that actually exists. They are both equally real to you. So of course you're uncertain. I'm not sure I'm buying anymore that it's too hard. For the first 3 or 4 years, I was willing to buy that. Okay, maybe it's going to take them 3 or 4 years to get this down. You know, what do I know? Which is rather interesting, because I suppose I am qualified to judge this one, eh? Having done it. But nonetheless, I'm not you. All I can judge is the degree of difficulty it was for me, not you. So fine, perhaps this is much harder than I expected. Well, wait a while. But when it's year after year after year, I start getting this sort of inkling that something is up. Like maybe they don't want to. Because I just can't believe it's this hard. That thought ever run through the head? But this is going to take away the only pleasures I have. I thought so. Okay, I don't know what to say to that. You may be right. For all the heck I know, maybe it will. I find it interesting that you're such wimps that you can't go find new pleasures. You would prefer to just sit there and whine and cry than to take a little initiative and say, well, okay, I guess I better find another pleasure. I mean, that's kind of fact number one, isn't it? That really shows you where a human being is at, doesn't it? That if a human being is about to lose something, it apparently cannot conceive that it might be able to go and find a replacement. I mean, that tells you something about the self right there, that self that you don't want to disidentify from. Well, I can certainly see why. That is just wonderful and marvelous, isn't it? Oh my, I'm going to lose something. Now I'm really screwed, because I'm incapable of doing anything about it. I have sat and watched people do this. This is one of the difficulties of doing the work. I'm well aware of that. As we take away automatic behaviors, you do sort of got to replace it with some conscious ones, or you can get yourself in trouble, because that machine is working. It's goofy and messy and yada yada, but it is working. And so you do kind of got to replace its function with something, don't you? But I have sat and watched people just strip away every interest that the self has and replace it with nothing, and then wonder why they're now bored to death and have nothing to do. Because you're an idiot? It didn't occur to you that if you kept seeing every interest you had in life as an illusion, that one day you might kind of be in a mess because you'd have no interest in anything? Right? You couldn't go and get a conscious interest in something to replace it? Duh. But that's the way the self is. It is purely destructive. Yes, sir.
Yesterday you were talking about the false self being so hateful and angry.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, I don't know, can you talk more about that, or can you describe why that is? What is it in the
Because
nature
it
of the
wants
false
its
self?
way. And it don't get it very damned often, does it? That one is really
so it gets
simple.
angry about it.
You better believe it. There is an incessant ongoing demand for my way, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
And how often do you get that?
Okay.
So it is no surprise that the self is hateful and angry, is it? And I got to tell you, that one's rough. That one is very difficult to see as an illusion. A dear friend of mine used to say, I want my way is the first decision made and the last one to go. out of that springs all that hatred and anger and violence. I'm not getting my way. So that one is really easy to understand. We don't notice it simply because we think that's perfectly reasonable that I should get my way. That decision has not been questioned, and almost anyone has it. Would that actually be a great thing if I got my way? Well, of course it would, because I'm superior and fit to judge all things and know everything. We just have that background underlying assumption, don't we? I'm really wise, I'm really smart, I know everything. I'm superior, I'm fit to judge all things. Of course, if I got my way, everything would be wonderful. And I'm going to ignore all the times I actually did get what I wanted and hated it and couldn't wait to get rid of it. Because that contradicts my image of me as the wisest, most wonderful being in all the universe, who, when he actually does get his way, is horrified. Think about how many times in your life that's happened. You really wanted such and such. And you stewed and fussed and worked to get such and such. And as soon as you got it, you went, ew, and then worked really, really hard to get rid of such and such. And yet you still go on believing the illusion that if you had your way, everything would be perfect and wonderful. Isn't that a hoot? Any other questions or comments?
Just assume that we've all got this general idea and are finding some, psychic space in this new world. What's next?
I don't know what psychic space means.
Well, an awareness of it. That this stuff is it has a reality. It's a way to deal with a lot of it deals successfully.
If it has a reality, then why is there a what's next? I mean, this reality is so complex. Are you in a hurry to say what's next after this one? Do you actually feel you've explored all there is to explore here?
No, I don't mean that.
I know, but I don't think you're listening to me. If it's real, then it probably has infinite things to discover in it, doesn't it?
Yes.
So why is there this concern about what's next? Have you actually explored what's in front of you?
Things have changed enormously for me, and it's been the best year of my life.
I didn't ask that. I asked if you explored what's in front of you. I'm not questioning what you just said, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, this has been the best year of my life, and
It's not,
that is
I
happening.
believe you.
Well,
but
whether
I'm
you
not,
believe me or not, that's my opinion. Did I hear you correctly?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I said I believe you.
Okay.
So let's move on.
I'm interested
You
in
don't
it.
need to prove that to me anymore, so let's drop it. I'm asking you a question. You have adequately explored this new thing at this point? That you're so concerned about what's next? I mean, personally, I'm not ready for what's next. I haven't finished with this.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I guess I'm just interested, and I don't know in what.
Are you actually hearing me? When you look at this real thing, don't you see the infinite complexity out here, that there is lots of things to explore pretty much as an obvious thing? I mean, have you finished exploring everything there is to know about the physical reality?
Okay. I think I take your point.
What is the what's next that you're really asking me about? I mean, what is it that you want that you don't have right now?
I don't want to make this too long a story, but it's like, you know, you watch an Indiana Jones movie and you think all your life there's this notion that there's this mystery out there and you're just getting an inkling of it, and there's hints of it, and you see hints everywhere, and then this thing opens up, and I'm gonna, maybe this is vulgar, but it's like Disneyland. You know, what is this wonderland beyond?
Me cussing is vulgar. That's not vulgar.
Okay, well, but it's like, you know, what is this mystery? You know, I want, you know,
Well, Disneyland
you're
has
talking
this.
about building a castle in the air.
Disneyland has this thing called an entrance. I suggest that if you want to know what Disneyland is like, you like go through and stop asking that question and go look. That's what I'm having some difficulty with. Is if it's real, then I'm not getting. The question does not make sense to me because it's right there. It's apparent. You're experiencing it. I don't get why there's a question of what's next. You see, that question just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it is. It's just as big and interesting as the physical reality, and there's so much to explore. I can't imagine saying what's next for quite a while. So I'm missing something here. It's not making sense to me.
I'm just trying to, you know, shake the tree and see what can shake loose.
Okay. I have suspicions, so I'll keep them to self. Any other questions or comments?
So
Yeah.
the job is to find the illusions, and then maybe I'll discover what's real, where I really am. But first I have to discover what I'm not.
What makes you think that you won't? That we have to put that maybe in there? What would prevent that from happening, just out of curiosity?
Another illusion.
Huh?
I believe another illusion.
Okay.
Get
then-
caught in this trance.
So the rule is you remove one illusion and you're done? Okay, so there's another illusion, you get rid of that too. Maybe it's just interesting to me. I don't really have any problem with it. I just found it interesting putting it in there, like, I'll do all this stuff and maybe it'll happen. Oh, okay. I don't know what motivates others, but the self is an idiot. It's just an idiot. It doesn't know how anything works. So it can't get very much done. And most of what it's doing is fighting reality. It's not working with reality. It doesn't even know how things work. Do you understand? It doesn't have a clue about the four forces. It believes in this like I say, bull in the china shop way, way of doing things where you tell me where to go and I just crash through until I get there. Isn't that right? That's his conception of how to do things, isn't it? Everything to the self goes in a straight cause and effect line because it does not understand how things work. It either bowls its way through breaking everything on the route, or it meets the first little obstruction and sits down and cries and never gets anything done. It's just stupid. It doesn't understand how health works. It doesn't understand how well-being works. It doesn't understand anything. So most of what it's doing is just fighting with the way things are all the time because it knows better. It knows how everything ought to be. I'm sick of it. I don't want to do that for the rest of this life. To me, that's all the motivation that's required, is that simple perception. I am tired of fighting with everything to get anything done because I don't have a damn clue how anything works, but I've got this stupid mind that believes it does. And as a result, I do not work with things. I work against them. I fight with them until I, by force, get what I want. Is that description woefully inadequate for you? That's not true for you?
That's true.
Isn't that all the motivation I require, Reuben?
Yes.
Is that really what you want to do for the rest of your life? It's too much work for too little reward, if you ask me. I don't want to be identified with it. It's stupid. I just don't want to be stupid for the rest of this life. One of the most remarkable stories that I ever heard was the story of Solomon. I'll never forget reading that. Where God comes to him and says, "You can have one thing from me, one." God seems to do that a lot in these old stories, doesn't he? But at any rate, that's how the story goes. One thing, name it. And Solomon said, "Then I'll take wisdom, for with wisdom I can get everything else myself." I read that as a young child. And I said, boy, that makes sense. I was flabbergasted at that answer. He got everything. Somebody offered him one thing, and he got it all. Now, there's an interesting fellow. I was impressed. Well, I don't quite get why we have to justify getting some wisdom. It kind of seems to me that Solomon was right, that maybe with some wisdom, I could do anything I want. And that really seems like motivation enough, reason enough to do the work. I look at the self as it is, and it's an idiot. A tedious idiot. An endlessly dull, repetitive idiot that can't seem to conceive of anything better to do than to keep doing the same stupid stuff that didn't work the first time over and over and over again. How many times have we asked that question in these meetings? You know it doesn't work. Yeah? Then why do you do it? That's what the self does. The same stuff that didn't work last time over and over again. Maybe with some wisdom and understanding, I could work with reality instead of demanding that everything be my way all the time. And have a much more interesting life. I might actually be able to answer questions about the mysteries of life. I know what I'm doing. I know how to get things done. Because I get that's what that question was about. It was really about, why would I be doing this? It sounded like a how question, but I have a sneaky suspicion it really was a why question. If I have a motivation, the how will kind of take care of itself. I'll just do that stuff. I won't even really be concerned about it, okay? I want to do this. I want to keep stripping away these illusions. I want the freedom to do things myself. Because I don't think the self is doing a particularly good job. And sometimes I'm not sure that you share that point of view. I didn't believe you shared it last night when you got so pissed at me for pointing out that the self was doing a shitty job. I don't think you shared that point of view. There was just anger that anyone would find what I was doing inadequate, wasn't there? Sometimes I just don't get the feeling you share that point of view. You think you're doing just fine, you have a couple little problems to fix. As far as I can tell, the self is just flawed. It's based on an invalid premise, is what I mean by that, okay? And it built all of its knowledge and understanding on that invalid premise, which means the whole thing is wrong. And it is not working very well. That's about the only motivation I need. I would like to do something with this life. And I don't see how I can with the self. I'd be willing to strip away all the illusions that I could possibly find just to see what happens. It's probably about lunchtime, isn't it? Not really. Almost. We must have lunch precisely at 12. But I do think it's about time for a break. Are you hungry? If you're not hungry, we can go on a little bit longer. You're hungry? You're not hungry?
I'm not.
Okay. Anybody here like starving? There's no point in breaking for lunch just because I'm lazy. Any other questions or comments? It's about 11:30. I got started late today, which is okay because I don't have much to say today. other thing that I wanted to point out about what we talked about yesterday. I would find it interesting if some folks took up this challenge. I think I'll decide not to expect it. Any other questions or comments? I may be misquoting. I'm getting bored with memory of things I've read. So I often misquote them, I notice these days. But I believe it was that Gurdjieff said something along the lines of, nobody's going to do anything until they see the terror of the situation they're in. You don't want to do that, do you? You want to be all nice and warm and cozy and fuzzy. So you wrap yourself back in the illusion and don't see where you are. You live in an idiot. They can't think of anything better to do than to find a way to be superior and judge all things and then fight with reality that it refuses to understand and demands be according to its illusion. That's where you are. And you think it's a little bit too much work to move. So you go back to sleep. It would be really neat if you'd open your eyes and see where you are, and maybe you'd have all the motivation you could possibly want to get out. That emotion of self-pity is not letting it in.
Okay.
What do you have to be pitiful about? This is a wonderful thing, isn't it? So, let it in. See it. I'm wrong. I don't need to believe this anymore. So I'm saying, a lot of times we let be our response to something. The emotion, that was enough. Now I had the response. But no. The response is, I've been living in illusion all of my life. I'm wrong. I'm going to live something that I see now. This is something I can do. Because it turns out the reason I couldn't do it is wrong. That emotion of self-pity is looking back, isn't it? But if I sit here right now, all there is joy, isn't there? So I don't want to buy the self that says the proper way of dealing with this is to feel sorry for me. I want to sit in that realization. I can do a thing that I couldn't do before. And let that be an illusion. I feel sorry for the 50 years I wasted. What has that got to do with now? That I guess it's not 50 years for you, but okay. That doesn't exist. This does. And right now, if that's really an illusion, I can do this other thing now. questions or comments? That one wasn't really private, but it was so emotional. I'll leave it private. But it's still an interesting thing. I see an illusion that has stopped me from doing something for many, many, many years. And the self wants to sit and grieve. Woe is me, I'm so picked on. For 50 years I didn't get to do such and such. Well, I hate to say it, but you ain't doing it now either, are you? Because now what you're doing is feeling sorry for yourself for the last 50 years. Like, now, if I can let that be an illusion, I can do it. Can I? So the self wins again. It says that is how you respond to this event. You say, you know, what was wrong with me? Why didn't I see this earlier? And stuff like that. And that's its response. Disidentify from that and center yourself in the awareness. And see the joy of freedom, that now I can. And even better, don't even leave it as a freaking ideal like that. Do it! See, that's still up here in the head, isn't it? An idea. Do it. So it kind of says to me, as an observer, so I may be wrong, I think you're still fighting, seeing it as an illusion. This is the self's last gasp attempt to keep you from really getting it. In that moment of real perception that it's an illusion, it's gone. And I can do whatever that other thing is. That's one of the things that we had this little thing where somebody, simple little thing, had a belief that they had to use an alarm clock to wake up every morning. It was just a belief. This is what I have to do. And then they noticed that they kept waking up 5 minutes before the alarm clock and couldn't explain that. Because the belief said, that's impossible. That alarm clock has to wake you up. So the explanation is very simple, isn't it? I don't need an alarm clock to wake up, except I can't see that because I believe I do. So I'll sit and, it's really simple, but it's what we do all the time. We'll deny evidence that a belief is wrong. So I was just sitting there and I said, I suspect that the complete and total explanation for why you wake up 5 minutes before the alarm clock is that you don't like the alarm clock. I don't think we need to look any further than that. She said, yeah, I don't. If you're not busy denying facts, it really isn't confusing at all, is it? It's very simple. I don't like the alarm clock, so I wake up before it goes off so I can shut it off so I don't have to listen to the damn thing. There's no big mystery here, is there? It's confusing because I have a belief that I won't see as an illusion. I need an alarm clock to wake up. And I don't. I don't know if that's clear to you, but that's what the self does all the time. It has beliefs about what is. It sees contradictions to them, and then creates a mystery instead of being wrong. And then it apparently moved on into seeing a whole different illusion. And then the self wants to go into self-pity. Because if it can keep the awareness occupied with suggestion, the awareness will not report to X. This was an illusion. And so tomorrow, when this event is all over with and I've moved on, I will never have reported this illusion to X, and I will still have it. I will have just gone through a bunch of emotion over it. And so then a month from now, I will realize that I still believe the thing that you're feeling sorry about right now, because you didn't really sit down and disidentify from the self and all its little tricks to keep you occupied with everything but being aware in it right now. And if you can disidentify from that and really look at this as the awareness, it'll just be an illusion. You report it to X, you said, look, I've been lying to you for 50 years now and telling you that such and such is true when it isn't. And I don't believe it anymore. So I'm not telling you that lie ever again. And that's what needs to be done. We need an awareness to look at it and confess. I really messed up. It was my job to be aware, and I decided to believe a lie and deny evidence for 50 years. I didn't tell you the truth on this subject. And now I see it's a lie. And let X do all that stuff that's necessary so the next time the suggestion comes, I don't buy it. I know it's wrong. But I need that moment of confession. And they made sure it didn't happen by getting me involved in emotion. They're tricky little bastards, aren't they? And that's perhaps, I hope, I'm using this. I know I can't be real clear because I just don't want to divulge the secret. This is an emotional issue, okay? But maybe out of that we can see how come we say that disidentification is the building, the foundation we have to begin with. If I can disidentify from what the self wants to do with this, then I might actually get it done. But if the self comes along and I'm still buying the suggestion of self-pity, it can trick me into doing nothing at all, can't it? But if I can look at that suggestion, even if I'm still suggestible to it, and I know how difficult it is to see the illusion in pitiful me. So maybe I can't see that right now. That whenever someone suggests that I be pitiful, it's a lie. But I can at least disidentify from it and say, wait a minute, that is not me. And I don't know that it's an illusion yet, but I'm not getting involved in it. I've got something else I want to do right now. You're distracting me. I want to deal with this thing I just saw. I just saw a big illusion in the life, and I want to confess it, I want to see it, I want to experience it, and let it be an illusion. And you're distracting me with another suggestion that I haven't seen as an illusion yet, that I'm pitiful. But disidentification would at least let me do what I set out to do, wouldn't it? this is not me that is feeling pitiful. So I'll let the self sit there and do it because I can't see it as an illusion right now. It'll go on feeling pitiful, but I'm going to be kind of busy over here doing this while you sit there and feel pitiful, okay? I want to look at this other thing. Without disidentification, that's about impossible to do. It can grab me with another suggestion. And so I never get anything done. Does that make sense? Is it clear? You can kind of see it. This is another thing I probably shouldn't even say. I hope you'll have enough intelligence not to take this too seriously as a suggestion, okay? But this one's experience and the efforts to actually do transformation instead of pretending. It was one of the most interesting things that ever happened in this life because it was like opening the gates to hell and letting every demon out that had ever been made throughout the entire life because they were freaked. Uh-oh. If he does this, we'll never get anything from him again. The game's over. They freaked. I heard suggestions from when I was 2. Things that I had forgotten all about. They tried every single suggestion they had ever given throughout the entire life. First they tried the ones that, worked yesterday. And when that didn't work, they went through the entire history and said, maybe this will still get him. Oh, shit. Well, what about this one? I literally heard every suggestion that had ever been given through the entire life while they looked for something to distract me from what I was doing. Don't let him do this. It was very clear that's what was going on. Whatever you do, don't let him do this. Because this is the end game. He's about to make the final touchdown, and the game's over. They do that throughout your life. Whenever you start to do something that might give you a little bit of freedom, they find some way to distract you so you don't actually get it done. That's just what they do. And we need disidentification. You cannot get by without it. Or the distraction works. I still have lots of illusions. So they can always find some suggestion based on something I don't see as a lie to distract me and say, this is what's real right now. Unless I can use disidentification to get centered back in the awareness that says, I don't know if that's real. I kind of intended to do this. And now you want me to do that, and I don't want to.
There was a weird one that came up this morning. I was in bed and relatively speaking high state, looking over what we've been doing this weekend, and something came up which hadn't come up for maybe 20 years, which was they couldn't find anything to get me afraid of. They couldn't find an actual concrete surface. So what they did was, it was free floating. It was just anxiety in the solar plexus. I looked really closely. There were no thoughts. Maybe there was something unconscious there, but I think I recognize it as something that they'd used in the past, which would just be plain, roiling, free-floating anxiety, which then fastens onto, then finds a reason to be afraid. It's very strange.
The experience has been that most of the time there's a picture.
It wasn't a picture, it was just a sensation.
So those pictures happen at such an unconscious level, they're tough to catch. That's been the experience, that most of the time there's some kind of picture that they're presenting to you as reality. If that makes it any easier, but regardless, yeah. That's what they're going to do. I've got to find something to occupy this person's attention so they don't pay attention to now. Because the only place where I can do anything is now. So whatever you do, don't ever let that person pay attention to now. Always get them to think about something else. That's just kind of obvious, isn't it? The only time I can do anything is now. And the only place I can do anything is here. So whatever you do, don't ever let that awareness pay attention to now or here, because then they could get something done. I cannot do anything when the attention is on then. You see, the past or the future. I'm now helpless. This is the only place I can do. I can think about the past. I can think about, I mean, the past is a funny illusion in the first place, but the future, that is completely illusion, isn't it? It's more difficult to see that the past is an illusion. I understand that because memories are so real to us. But the future, that's complete illusion, isn't it? Because it's just a projection. That's all it can ever be. I have no clue what's going to happen next. All I can do is just project an illusion or an extrapolation. But the only place I can act is here and now. Because that's the only place I've ever been. That illusion that that's not true is so strong that I know damn well that saying these words is not enough. This is something you've really got to see. There is no other place than here and now. And that's the only place I can act. So the Nadis have created this tremendous illusion that there is a past and there is a future, so they can keep me from paying attention here and now where I can do something. And they give me this lovely illusion that doing something is thinking and feeling. Because they don't want me to get anything done. Because let's face it, the thing that I'm going to be most interested in doing if I wake up a little bit is being free, isn't it? long time, that's probably going to occupy most of the attention. What I want more than anything else is to be free. I think I'll worry about what I'm going to do with that freedom when I got it. Right now, that's what I want. So how do you suppose the tyrant in your life is going to feel about the fact that you want to be free? The interesting thing is that I can't even think about here and now. Because by the time I've formed the first sentence in thought, here and now has changed, hasn't it? And whatever I'm thinking about ain't here no more. It takes too long to think about it, doesn't it? By the time I've had 3 sentences in the head about it, it's over. I really can't even think about here and now. I can think about something that occurred, an event, and see if I can understand it, but it don't do me no good. The event's long gone. Maybe that'll help me to understand something should that event ever occur again. So I'm not saying don't think, because that does have some use, doesn't it? But it don't do me good for this event. It's gone. By the time I'm through thinking about it, with an awful lot of events, except really slow ones, it's over. I've got to find some way to live in that awareness that can deal with things without thought. And then use thought for what it's for, which is basically just to plan the order in which I'm going to do things that are a little bit complicated, huh? That's kind of what thought is for, is to plan things. It is not for understanding. Although you can do that too. I'm not, but the understanding will always come too late if you've got to use thought. And really, doesn't most of your understanding come from having seen something, not from having thought about it? When you are just in that awareness, sometimes just looking at a thing clearly is all that's necessary. I don't really need to think about it. Really need that continual disidentification, so that when something comes up where I do really, really need it, like a moment like that, when I need a moment's peace to consider this thing, it's there. And when they try to distract me with something terribly important, like how pitiful I am, I see it as a distraction from self, and don't go into it, okay? I mean, really, isn't what you really want to do is just confess that illusion to X and not have it anymore? That's what you really want to do, isn't it? I don't think what you really want to do is sit there and wallow in the fact that You had this illusion for 50 years, and look at all the things I probably missed for 50 years. No, I just want to get rid of it, thank you very much. And then see what life is like without it. Self-pity is a good one, I've noticed that. About every time somebody sees an illusion, that's what I see them do, is go into self-pity. Poor me. I had this illusion for a really long time. Yep, and I bet you still got it. And so the next time you look around, you're going to see you still have it, because you think this is an adequate response to that. Got a question?
If you were going to put this into a mathematical equation, would you say thinking and feelings plus action equal results?
No, because I'm capable of doing that without thinking. And the feeling is a consequence. So, feeling is a consequence of, look, the way that feeling happens is, I know I've said this a few times this weekend, but people seem to be really puzzled about feeling. I sense an event, okay, something that's going on in this moment. And somehow or another, I see what this event is. I don't want to get involved in the details of that, well, you know that we do that, what the event is. And I put some kind of value on the event. Now I have a picture of reality that I can kind of respond to. It's not just, it sort of made sense out of it, hasn't it? It's not just a bunch of experiences that make no sense to me, because I really can't deal with just a bunch of experiences that I can't make sense out of, can I? So I have to go through this process of seeing the event, kind of making sense out of it, and then determining what I can do with the event, what value there is in it. That goes off to X, who then prepares the body to respond somehow to the event. That preparation is to either get the body ready to do something, or to say something, or whatever it is I'm going to do to respond to the event. In order to do that, there's a whole bunch of funny little chemicals that are released in the body to release the proper energy, to move muscles in exactly the right way to do this thing, okay? Some of those chemicals I experience as an emotion or feeling. Their true purpose is to precisely adapt the body to this moment and what I'm going to do. Not really to give me a feeling exactly. They have a function to just get the body perfectly adapted to this situation and the action that X is about to take. But my experience of them is a feeling. So feeling does not determine action. It is already the action. Because we misunderstand that, we get caught in this vicious circle where the feeling justifies more action of the same especially when it's based on an illusion. And so I report the same damn thing to X, and I get caught in this loop because I believe that feeling determines action, which it does not. Feeling is how I saw this event. That's right. And so it only seems to determine action because I get caught in this loop where I say that it's justifying what I'm doing. If I really live in this moment, feeling will be in a constant state of flux because this moment is in a constant state of change. Now, every perception of now reports a different thing to X. X prepares an event, an action. I do that thing. We're in a new moment, and it happens over and over and over again. And feeling is as much in a state of flux as this moment is. Constant change. The only thing that I want to do is determine that the feeling will always be high. But when we look at the idea of states of being, if we look at just the higher states, because I don't give a damn about the other ones. We'll just look at these three states, all right? Contentment, vital interest, and exhilaration. Just those three. How much room for change is there in contentment, and yet it's still contentment? How many ways can I be content? There's zillions of them, aren't there? Just because we have a word for this thing, it's a whole range of things, isn't it? It's a word covering a whole range of things, isn't it? Like, look at water. We call it water. But how many temperatures can water have before it becomes ice or before it becomes gas? It's not like water, is it? If you go to California and you get in the ocean, it's cold. If you go to the Gulf of Mexico and get in the ocean, it ain't cold no more, is it? It's warm. But we call it all water. And if you think about it, that's utterly meaningless. You have not said anything practically, have you, if you just call it water? Because inside that concept of water exists an incredible variation of states that the water can actually take, doesn't it? So if you tell me there's a nice place to swim, I don't know if I'm going to like it or not, because I only like it when it's warm. So I'm going to have to get a little more information out of you before I decide to act on your little suggestion. There's a place to swim over here. It's got water in it. That's not adequate to me. I'd like to know it's warm. That's the way states are, okay? How many different degrees of contentment are there? So even though the state is in constant flux, I want to keep it in a certain range. And just in contentment, I can deal with almost every event that can come along in life with some degree of contentment, can't I? There's only a few events in life where contentment just it won't work. It really isn't adequate, and I'm going to have to change state. And that's because contentment is a low state of being. For most of us, it's outrageously high. But it's a low state of being if you look at the whole tone scale instead of just the little ghetto that we live in. It's a low state of being when you see the whole. And so we can't draw this thing the way it is. It would be way too difficult. I'd have to put all the low states of being down here and then draw the rest of it. And it's just too hard to draw that way because the amount of energy is fluctuation in all the low states is like almost zilch. By the time we get up to vital interest, I can go through incredible ranges of changes in energy and still be in vital interest because it's a huge territory. Anger, on the other hand, is a very small territory. There's far fewer changes in energy level that I can do in anger without going either down or up. Now I'm in a different state. You understand? So while the feeling is in a constant state of flux as it responds to what's going on, it's still the same general feeling. If I'm not buying suggestion, of course, if I'm buying suggestion, then I bounce all through the various states. You know, one moment I'm afraid, next moment I'm angry, then I'm bored, and I'm feeling self-pity because I'm not actually responding to now. I'm responding to the illusion I have of now. Now, that's the only thing that there really is to say about feeling is I want to determine by how I perceive this moment the area of feeling that I'm going to live within. It will still change constantly as life responds to constant change in the environment. But I can determine by how I perceive this moment what part of this energy level I will be in. If I perceive this moment as good, I will probably never fall below contentment, will I? So I determine feeling by how I perceive things. We use feeling as a justification for perceiving something in a certain way. So I look at this moment, and there's something about it I don't like. I report that to X. X prepares the body to fight with this moment so it can be changed. Because it sees it, I see it as threatening in some way. And then I get a certain feeling, either fear, or resentment, or anger, or self-pity, so on. And then I say to everybody, well, I'm really pissed. That justifies me in doing something really nasty. And I use that feeling as a justification to continue seeing reality in this certain way, and I get stuck. But I can choose not to do that. I can choose to look until I see a way to see this moment as good somehow, and then I ain't falling below contentment. I really cannot conceive of being anything less than content if I think this moment is good. Feeling comes from how I see now. it does not cause anything unless you use it as an excuse to continue seeing this moment in that way. And that's what we do, isn't it? So we have this illusion that feeling generates action, and it is not true. What generates action is the way that I am seeing this moment. That makes sense, Colin? Jonathan?
Yeah.
It's not the way we've been trained to see reality, is it? But if one is willing to really observe, this can be seen. This is the way it actually occurs. And because we have been really just trained so heavily to see it differently, it takes a bit of observation to get past the illusion that we've been told. And we've definitely been told that. And that is the way we see it. Just the equation that he said. Thought plus feeling equals action. That is what we have been told since the moment we arrived here. We generate that illusion and it distorts our perception, so we actually see that is occurring, and guess what? It has never happened that way. That belief is so strong, though, that that is actually the way we perceive it. But it does not happen that way. It happens because the awareness is not doing its job. That when senses give me information, the mind associates it with a past event and tells me what to believe about this moment. And I tell that to X, and X does something that I've done a zillion times before. And so I go on the way I have been forever. And I need to step back from that automatic associating of the mind, which is the most useful thing there is when you're not using it to understand reality. That associating is the most remarkable filing system I have ever seen. As a computer programmer, I stand in awe of it. I would probably make $1 zillion if I could figure out a way to get a computer to do what our minds do. It is awesome. Because it gives you almost instantaneous access to every piece of information you have ever encountered throughout up to, for all we know, 1,000 years of experience. Because that appears to be its capacity, as best we can estimate, since nobody bothers to live that long. It seems to be capable of doing this for up to 1,000 years of experience, having instantaneous access to every experience you've had for 1,000 years. That is just awesome. And the way it does it is by a filing system called association. It takes every experience that you've had and it categorizes it by perhaps 500 possible ways that you could use that information, and then files it under all those categories. So then whenever you have an experience, that experience is like such and such, and instantly every piece of information on that subject is available to you. It is a remarkable tool. Because that is the one problem as an awareness that we have with dealing with the physical world, is that it requires memory. And the awareness doesn't have one. It always exists now. What is there to remember? It does not have a memory. But we live in this physical world where it is a heck of a lot easier if you can remember what a car is and what it's for and how to use it and not have to rediscover it every time you run into one. Isn't that about right? It would be very difficult to deal with the physical world without a memory. We would be quite limited in what we can and cannot do, wouldn't we? Once upon a time, I accepted a little challenge from a man who is long dead. And I read one of his books called Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, which, amongst possibly many other things, one of the things it was designed to do was to mess with the mind until it went and stopped working. So that sounded rather interesting. I was kind of curious to see what it would be like to be without a mind for a while. And I read the book and allowed self to be subject to its influence. And I've noticed many people do not do that. They read it without allowing anything to happen. That's a very simple thing to do. All you do is read it and think about it constantly as you read. And then nothing will occur because you kept it out. What you experience is your thoughts of the book. And the book never happened for you. But at any rate, so I read this book. I was quite a young man at the time. And sure enough, if one reads it without thinking about it, it works. And so I spent a period of time with the mind just sort of lurching. It didn't completely break down, but it would work by fits and starts. So I would walk outside and I would see people walk up to these bizarre metal objects and then take other little metal objects out of like funny containers they had in the weird things they had draped over their body, and insert the metal object and go twisty, twisty, twist, and then be engulfed by the metal object, which I just found utterly fascinating. What are these people doing? That is the bizarrest thing I've ever seen. And then suddenly the metal object would zoom off. And I thought that was just the most remarkable thing I'd ever seen. What a novel idea. Until I wanted to get somewhere, and I didn't know how. The only thing I knew to do was walk, thank goodness. The kind of really low-level instinctive stuff was still there. And so for a while I sort of envied all these people that they had these magical metal objects that whisked them away while I walked. And then I noticed that there were these other people that would stand by this metal pole. And they would all sort of mill around this metal pole and peer down the street. And then this big metal object would come along and they would all step into it and they would be whisked away. And so I joined them. And I got whisked. You understand that without that association, everything is new. You haven't a clue what it is. But boy, is it outrageously wonderful. I just thought that was the neatest thing in the entire universe. A metal object that whisks you off wherever you want to go. I didn't dare try it myself. I knew I had one of them. But I couldn't imagine in this state what would happen if I tried to use it. They did look a tad dangerous to me because they just were really fast. Yes, sir.
I saw the movie Meetings with Remarkable Men, and then
No, that's garbage.
I got the book. I got the book, and
Even Gurdjieff knew that book didn't work.
well, I tried, this is what I want to say, is I was trying to read the book, and I happened to skim to a couple of pages from the end of the second to last chapter, and I found what appeared to be the only 2 pages in there that didn't just bore me into sleep. Is where they were talking about Brother Al and Brother Says talking about their
I know, but
sermon.
that actually says more about you than it does the book.
Okay, well,
No,
so be it. But
no, not okay. I'm not going to tell you what it says about you. I'm just going to point that fact out and suggest that you see that, okay?
I don't. I hope this is
No, go ahead.
relevant, but it seemed the point that seemed like wanted to be said right now was that the experience I got from reading a Gurdjieff book was that it just seemed like gibberish and tedious and boring, and there was like 2 pages that made me wake up and pay attention.
Okay. I don't have any personal attachment to Gurdjieff's books, to be honest with you. I wanted to see if I could, with words, give you a little bit of what the experience would be like to be without a mind. So I used the build-up to kind of.
I'm asking the question: is that what Gurdjieff was trying to do? Is just write a 600-page book that just is dreadfully tedious?
I just got through telling you one of the things that he was trying to do.
Break your mind or turn off your brain.
Which you refused to allow to have happen. And I told you exactly how to do it, and you used that method, didn't you? You thought about it, and you had opinions about it, and you decided that it was boring and tedious, and so it did not work on you. And so it says more about you than it does the book. The book will work. But that doesn't mean that it forces anything. You must let it. And I told you how to do that. Should you desire to have this bizarre experience, I mean, be careful. Because being without that automatic, that's really what it breaks, is the automatic association. It doesn't work very well under that particular set of conditions Gurdjieff induces, if you allow it. It breaks temporarily, thank goodness. It disturbs temporarily. It puts a certain stress on the mind so that for a period of time, it cannot automatically associate. And that was also one of the fascinating experiences that was had from that, was because that pretty much makes it impossible to function on anything more than a really base instinctive level. And it lasted long enough for this one anyway. I don't know how long it will last for others. But for this one, it lasted long enough that I had to learn to use the mind, because I needed it on occasion. And so I had to learn to run it myself and get it to associate, because it would not do it automatically, guaranteed. But what I'm trying to show you is that this thing that you call you is not you. It is a marvelous machine that you could be using. And that is one of its uses, is to have instantaneous recall of enough information that I can make sense out of what is going on in this moment, so I can deal with it relatively quickly. And I don't have to spend this prolonged period of time just figuring out what is going on here. That is one of its uses. Okay? It has some other uses, primarily in planning, which is another thing that the self is, the awareness is not real good at. It's really good at manipulating symbols. And the mind really helps in that. But you've turned it into all there is. And it is no good at living. It's no good at being aware. It's a storage retrieval system. It's not an awareness. It always sees everything as a memory. So you're never here. You're always in a memory. And it is possible to be without it. It's bizarre as all get out, but it is possible to be without it. Throughout this life, there's been a number of times when, for various and sundry reasons, either I've chosen to or an event has occurred that, like, broke it for a while. And it didn't work. So I've kind of gotten used to it. I suspect for most people that is inconceivable. I've never been without it. But throughout this life, there's been a number of events like that where it stopped working for a while, and I was just stuck here all by myself. It is bizarre. Because you have to try and discern the use and function and meaning and so on of all these peculiar, strange things. It's a wonderful thing in the mind, yes, ma'am.
So awareness doesn't know?
What do you mean, no? Awareness knows, it does know, but I mean, not the kind of knowing, I think, that it doesn't
Like the mind with
see, that's not really knowing. That's just not really knowing. It does know. It knows for real. Okay? The mind memorizes and may or may not ever know. The awareness knows from experience. So, like, that's one of the reasons why I described the car part of that experience, because watching these folks do this bizarre thing, it eventually all made sense. I thought I wanted to be whisked away too. So I knew. You understand?
Yeah.
Even though there was no associating to be able to glance at it and from memory know ahead of time what they were doing, I knew shortly. They twisted those funny little metal things, and I got to tell you, I thought it was weird when they got inside the things. But because it all operates in this illusory picture of reality. It doesn't matter whether it really knows it or not, because it's all just a construct, an illusion anyway. But yeah, no, the awareness actually is the only thing that it can know, and the only right way to say it is knowing. It is always knowing now, without any, I don't know if I can go this far, but without that weird thing the mind does that says that if I know something now, it will be true forever. And that is not knowing. The awareness is always knowing now. So the awareness, even seeing one person crawl into a little car and be whisked away, would not assume that the next person that crawls into a medical thing like that one will also be whisked away. For all I know, that one may actually be a dragon and it eats them. And that's the big difference between the mind's knowing and the awareness is knowing. The awareness is knowing now. It's an ongoing thing. And it does not assume that what I know now will fit every single event there is. And that's what the mind does, doesn't it? So it really knows nothing at all. Because it decides it knows something once, and that is good enough. That was another part of the experience. I mean, I did finally get that most of those things that had a certain, but see, this is the other interesting thing, is, you know, we didn't make those cars to all have neat little features to suit every possible taste, so you can get some customer somewhere, right? When the awareness just looks at them, they all look completely different. When we're looking with the mind, we see those as minor differences, but we always categorize it as a car, don't we? The awareness don't do that. It sees two that you would probably think were almost exactly the same, and it does not assume at all that they're the same, because it sees all the differences between the two of them. So it was actually a really long time before the connection was made that most of those little metal blobs sitting along the street were all those whiskers. That's kind of what would be interesting to do here, would be to find some way to make it okay to have a mind and use it, but live in that awareness. Kind of the way to do it is to get into some higher states of being, where I can be okay not to have a mind, not to be a mind. Somehow we're just not okay with that down below, are we? It's just, everything is frightening down there, because that's where you live. That's why I call it a slum or a ghetto. You live in the state of fear. Everything is frightening. The idea of being without a mind is frightening. The idea of being without an identity is frightening. The idea of being without money is frightening. The idea of having certain things is frightening. Everything is frightening. It's often been the response when people tell me, it was scary. And I just look at them and say, everything scares you. What's your point? Of course it was scary. Everything's scary to you. That's where you live, is in a state of fear. Even anger is fear. It's just a more effective form of fear, isn't it? At least you get something done when you're angry, but behind the anger is a fear. Fear that you'll be hurt, fear that you'll be disturbed, a fear that you won't get your way. So you have to use violence to ensure it. Okay? In the higher states where I'm living in confidence, I could maybe handle a week or two without the mind and figure out, I'll get through it. It may be a little rough. Needless to say, I didn't work for those few weeks. So that particular little spiritual practice kind of lost me a job. Oh well, there's another one down the block. Who cares? I really did not care. Because that's the interesting thing about higher states. You live in confidence. So what's the problem? When I'm done with this and I'm ready, I'll get another job. Yeah, but it may not be one like I like the last one. Always fear. I kind of figured the next one would be better. And if it wasn't, I'd quit. I'm not the job. I don't get the sense of fulfillment and yada, 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 and identity out of the job. So one's as good as another as far as I'm concerned. They're all interesting. Another question? Getting close to time to go.
So it's possible sometimes you can get a feeling without it being preceded by a thought.
Of course. Because you can report what is going on here without thinking about it. The feeling is going to come because of all those little chemical changes that are made to adapt you to what you've said is going on and to what X is going to do about it, what X is going to act on. So of course, you can get a feeling without ever having had a thought. You actually do that much of the time if you really observe. Because the suggestions that we report to X often are without thought. The pictures are faster. I can flash a picture before your face. And you think about what we've learned about subliminal. I can do it in a fraction of an instant, and it's all real to you and gone. Which is why I suspect it was a picture. Well, it may not have been there when you looked. Because what we know of the way that the awareness works from that whole effort at doing the subliminal thing is that you can fully perceive a thing in a fraction of an instant. So many of the suggestions that you receive, that you report to X, are pictures. And they just flash in front of the awareness. And you tell X about them, and X acts on it, and you get a feeling, and then you start thinking about it. And that's the way it normally works. You rarely act on thought. You act on the thought afterwards as you think about all your justifications and your resentments and your angers and your fears and so on and so on and so on. And then you start reacting to the word suggestions. But most of the time during an event, that all happens way after you've already started whatever you're doing. And the original suggestion didn't come as a thought. And that is so unconscious, it is ridiculous for most people, isn't it? They have no clue that's even going on. All they know is the thoughts and the feelings. And that'll remain that way until you learn to disidentify from them, and you get enough of a developed awareness that you start perceiving the 90% of what's going on that is unconscious to you. You do not see those pictures consciously any more than you see the subliminal stuff that they've experimented with. The conscious mind does not recognize that it sees it, but it's acted on because it was reported to X. It was perceived, but it was so fast that it cannot be perceived by that slow thing that you call the conscious mind. So your perception of reality is just skewed because you live in that slow, stupid thing called the conscious mind, because that's what you identify as you. And you think that's all that's going on. And everything else is invisible, it's unconscious. There is no awareness of it, is really all that unconscious means. I'm not aware of it, but it's happening anyway. So if one were to really and truly look at how I'm dealing with reality, that tends to be the case. An event comes along, the mind associates it with something very, very rapidly, incredibly rapidly. A bunch of not-eyes are asked a question by the awareness, and they come up with a dream about the whole thing, and they flash that dream before your eyes, you report it to X as truth, and then begins the part that you're conscious of, so-called. Then you have a feeling, so you claim the feeling caused it. Then you start thinking about it, so you claim you're a rational being. And that's what occurs the majority of the time. There are some other things that happen, but that is, the majority of the time, that's the way events take place. The awareness itself is so fast that you can watch that entire procedure, which happens in a fraction of a second. And you can watch it go by step by step. And that's one of the interesting things when I finally decided that I was sick and tired of people arguing about whether or not God created the universe or it just happened by evolution. And I really sat down and said, I'm going to look at this myself and see what I see. And one of the decisions that I came to was that God probably wasn't a liar, and if he said he did this in 6 days, I guess he did. I see no reason to decide that he was lying. He just doesn't have the same idea of a day that I do. Duh. That one's not too hard to figure out, is it? And then I started considering that and saying, well, what is his conception of a day? If he said he did this in 6 days, and we say it took several trillion years, then how long is his day? And boy, was that an interesting consideration, okay? What I experience as a day, because he's trying to translate it into terms I can get, you see, so he's comparing it to my sense of duration. Actually took maybe 1 trillion years to take place. I did the math on this once upon a time out of curiosity, but I've forgotten now. There's some other clues in various books about his sense of time if you really want to work it out. And then we realize that even though one of his days is 1 trillion of my years, which I don't actually have 1 trillion of, but you know, get what I'm saying, he's aware of everything that happens down to what I would consider to be the microsecond level. Now there is an awareness. Don't you think? Aware of the entirety of creation, of which we see this minuscule part here, and it looks pretty damn big, doesn't it? And everything that's going on within it, instant by instant. Now, there is an awareness, and I was made in his image. How do you like them apples? So I decided to experiment with that a little bit and see, you know, can I do that? Can I like be aware of these, you know, things that take place in far less than a second of time? And I'll be damned, but I can. Why not? He made me like him. Why shouldn't I be able to? His abilities still far exceed any I can come up with so far. But that was one of the outcomes of trying to deal with, I'm sick of this controversy, I want to understand it and maybe have some clue, was that perhaps being made in his image, he might have said that truthfully as well. I'm willing to accept it. I can do that too. So you can catch those pictures as they go by and see what suggestion you're being given. But truly, most of the suggestions you take are nonverbal. They are the most powerful suggestion there is, a nonverbal one. Because they bypass what you call consciousness. And they just happen. And then the mind and the not-eyes happily justify it all, which means to explain it. So it makes sense and seems logical to the awareness, and it buys it hook, line, and sinker. What? Question? So what I'm kind of suggesting is maybe we'll try this and see if this will get you to a place where some of this stuff makes sense, okay? Maybe I can get into a higher state where I can start understanding this stuff from experience and deal with what it is to be in a human body, which is a bit rough. And worth every second of it. Stop judging the value of everything based on taste, okay? I know you have taste. I'd recommend you divorce it. It's a terrible lover. Of course you have taste. It's built into the body. It is not you, by the way, taste. It's built into the nervous system. That's what taste is, isn't it? It's just how various stimuli affect this nervous system. So most of the music that is going on in the world these days is not to Phil's taste. Now, we all believe that that's because Phil is an opinionated son of a bitch. which is probably true. And nobody ever seems to get that maybe that stuff that you find pleasurable disturbs the hell out of this body. I will never forget the first time I walked into a nightclub where they were playing, you know, it was a dance club really. Back in those days in actual bars and stuff, the music wasn't deafening, thank goodness. But I will never forget the first day I walked in. See, I don't dance. I feel like an awkward idiot. I'm a klutz, I told you. So dancing is just like the most humiliating experience imaginable to fill. This fill, anyway. But the first time I walked into one of those things, I was just jarred. And the experience, it was horrible. It was just horrible. Because I knew what part of reality that experience came from. I know that place. And it's not my favorite neck of the woods. It is the place where violence was born. And I know it very well. And I don't like living there anymore. And so I walk into this club, and I am instantly transported to that part of the universe where violence was conceived of and born. And I look around, there are all these people, and they think it is a stimulating, marvelous, it irritates the hell out of me. This body just literally, after a while, starts shaking from that experience. So it is a matter of taste. I can handle the experience. It is certainly not what I would prefer. But this body just happens to be very sensitive to sound. And it tends to do things like that. You sing a song of sad and beautiful that you think is so wonderful, this body just sits here and curls up and goes, ew, and is repulsed. That's all taste is. Most people like that sensation, apparently, of going to the place where everything is violent. And, you know, I guess there's this tremendous, as far as they're concerned, vital energy there. I suppose there is. It just isn't the part of energy that I want to take in as vitality, okay? It really is a matter of taste. How it affects this body. And that stuff has just never worked for this body, okay? I don't see any reason to judge people whose bodies are not that sensitive. That's very clear. Most people are not that sensitive, are they? I don't think they walk into a nightclub for the first time and want to vomit. And I don't mean like want to ideologically. I mean their stomachs are because they walked in. So how can you judge something like that? It does not affect most people that way, apparently. Either that or they're really good actors. But it just doesn't make sense. I'm going to deal with that. But it doesn't make sense to base the life on whether or not something is to the taste. There are really better things that I would like to do. I would like to see that many times disturbance is good for me, because it is. But it is not to the taste. I would really rather not be disturbed. On the other hand, it is often good for me. And I'd like to see that and act accordingly. I can't let taste be the guide. You may not understand that about what I'm saying about certain kinds of music. It was certainly true of what I walked into, coming from that place where violence was born. But look, folks, people have to experience that, don't they? Because violence is a part of life here. So, I don't know, maybe I just don't know. Maybe that's what people need to do. I can't judge it. To deal with this stuff, okay? If that's what one needs to do, I'm not going to be able to. I'll have to do it another way. And that's as far as it goes. I'm a little bemused by people who kind of find that pleasurable, but okay, they do. I don't see anything wrong with it. It has its place. We all need to deal with that thing called violence, don't we? Any questions or comments? I suspect. Yeah.
Well, I need to take care of the money and
Yeah.
go to the ATM.
Okay. Any questions or comments? So that's why I always get cash here. I turn the checks into what a lovely gift. Okay, I just want to leave you with one thought. That this exercise, like any other, is going to bring up all the reasons why it can't be done. And all of those things are merely obstructions to be understood, seen as illusions. So any aim that one takes on in the work will always take you back to the same old place again. I need to do a lot of observation and see illusions. And so they have great value, even if you cannot accomplish the thing. Just having it as an aim to do means you may one day accomplish it. It just depends on how many illusions you get to go through before you can see something good in all things. So no one expects that you'll be able to do it tomorrow, by tomorrow, okay? It is an aim, a direction to go in. I will say, though, that if you are discouraged by the fact that you can't do it by next Tuesday and give up, then you deserve what you get. What if it takes you 3 years? What difference does that make? You don't have to have it now, do you? Instantaneously. What if it takes 3 years? Are you telling me that would not be a good use of 3 years? Don't let them make that suggestion. I can't do it. How the hell do you know? You only tried it for a few days and gave up. Can you imagine? I mean, this one started playing piano at age 6. Can you imagine if at age 7 I went to the piano teacher and said, I can't do it. I've been doing it for years. I just can't do it. Yes, because it takes 10 to 15. Now, fine. If you're doing something that takes a week and it takes you 3 months, give up. If you want to. But different things take different amounts of time, period. Unless you're a prodigy, isn't that right? Because that's kind of what a prodigy is. Somebody who sits down at a difficult task that takes most human beings 10 years to a lifetime and just does it instantaneously. And we have a word for that, don't we? And they ain't too common, are they? And I don't know about you, but I ain't one of them. That's fine. So this may be one of those projects that takes time. And then I love things like that, because they can talk you out of it. Because I actually have heard people do that. I've heard adults say, oh, I want to play the piano, and they go and start taking lessons. And 6 months later, I usually encourage folks when they want to do things like that. Anything they want to do, I try to encourage them, whatever they want to do. I think that's neat, you know. So then 6 months later, I'm getting complaints. All I can do is play American Idol. I wanted to play. Like, well, you might keep going a little bit. Maybe you will, but after 6 months, I don't know exactly what you expect. Yeah, but I wanted to play. Okay, give up. I've seen a lot of people do that. I like that particular thing because that's just the way it is. Most musical instruments take years to kind of master. It's just the way it is. And then some people like this one put years into it and still don't master it. Boo-hoo. But at least I get to play, so I'm happy. Even if I didn't master it, you understand? I still got something that I wanted, so even if you don't master it, you can at least maybe get it done and enjoy it, and so on. Just please don't let them do this. Part of the process is aiming to do it and not being able to, and then seeing the illusion that prevented me this time. And that is doing it, actually. Just like practicing the piano is learning the instrument, isn't it? If you can tell me how to learn the piano without ever practicing, I'd love to hear it. And you do know what practicing is, don't you? It's called pretend like you can until you can. Isn't that right? Mm-hmm. When you sit down and practice, you pretend like you can do it because you can't. And then you keep pretending, and you keep pretending, and you pretend year after year after year, and maybe one day you'll sit down to do it, and you'll actually do it. But in the beginning, that's what practicing is, isn't it? Pretending. Fake it. Until it's real. That's why we all laugh at lawyers and doctors and professionals and accountants, right? Because they never apparently actually manage to do it. They have to practice all the time, so they're just faking it. But truthfully, that particular meaning of the word practice, that's what it means, doesn't it? It means you pretend until you can. And then, of course, it has another meaning. I know there's more than one meaning to the word. That's what it means, doesn't it? Pretend. Keep acting like you can. And then you keep running into all the ways that you can't, and you try and do something with them, right? And that's where the growth comes from in practice. Anything else
still wants to make the contribution